Mama, good. What's up, everybody? Anybody off the top? Ramsey might know. Anybody know what school Victoria Monet went to? I think she went to Sheldon. But I can't remember. I'll put that on my.
Who is it?
Victoria Monet. This up and coming singer, R&B singer. She's from Sacramento.
Oh.
Got a smash hit on My Mama out right now. Check that out on 102.5. Also on 102.5 tomorrow. We never say leave D-Lo and KC. We never say that. And I'm not going to say necessarily to leave D-Lo and KC. But what I will say is starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow on 102.5, 50 years of hip hop, this crazy 4-hour mix. Oh, man, it's going down. Y'all want to check this out.
Definitely Sheldon High School.
Went to Sheldon?
Yep.
Ham know her? Ham know her? Okay, Ham.
No, I just went to the Wikipedia.
Sheldon Huskies.
I don't know what they are.
Well, look, Ramsey, I had red on. I got red on. You know, I got these red shoes on. Well, you can't see. I got these red shoes on. I wasn't going to wear my Angels hat. You know, Ramsey, I wasn't going to wear my Angels hat.
Oh.
So, you know, I had to come with the Cardinals hat. I need another red hat. And I was definitely not getting a Phillies hat. That's for sure.
My mic where I can only speak to you guys isn't working right now, so I'll just give you a thumbs up. We got it.
Okay.
Wait, your mic's not working? Is that what he said?
Mm.
Oh.
The mic for the show is fine, but the mic where I just talked to you guys is messed up.
Wait, something.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't wear my Angels hat. I'm not getting no Phillies hat. That's not happening.
Nope.
So went with the Cardinals today.
See, I can't wear other hats, and I don't even wear sports hats.
You don't wear. I don't think I've ever seen you in a hat, except the fedora hat. Ham. Oh, and you got the trucker hat.
Yeah, I wear my Pabst Blue Ribbon hat all the time.
But I don't see you in like team hats.
No.
I do have a Reds hat, Ramsey.
I don't know why I haven't worn a hat all week.
It's a little bigger than I like. That's why I don't always wear it. But I do have a Reds hat. That wouldn't be bad either. I'll make sure. There we go. All right, here we go.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah, man. You already know what it is. D-Lo and KC back on your airwaves on ESPN 1320. I am Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
He is James Ham.
Acknowledge me.
Filling in for Damian Barling, who is still on a much deserved vacation. Enjoying himself, you know, champagning and campaigning just a little bit. And we're here working through the dog days of August. Once again, why everything got to involve a dog? Should we be saying dog days?
I wonder where that comes from. I'm now going to look that up.
Yeah, figure that out, Ham. Dog days. Just like, you know, we talk about dog fight and all this other. Why we always got to involve the dogs? Why we got to involve the puppies all the time?
Well, like a dog fight is typically, it's what they call like when
illegal.
It's what they call when the old fighter jets would like battle in air. Like that's you know.
But they even got that from a dog fight.
Yeah, maybe.
Because if they got it from that, they would say a plane fight. This is a plane fight. It's gonna be a plane fight today.
Yeah, that's funny.
No, but yeah, Dog Days of August. We'll figure out where that comes from. And part of the Dog Days of August, Ham, is training camp, exhibition football. And it went down in Henderson, Nevada this morning with training camp. Preseason, not necessarily preseason football, because that's going to happen on Sunday, but joint practices as the 49ers and Raiders before their game on Sunday started one of two joint practices they're going to have this week. And nothing crazy came out of it from what I could see. What I read, Brock Purdy had an interception. He also had a touchdown. Jimmy Garoppolo had a 3-and-out. He also had a touchdown. The real thing is the people who got hurt or didn't show up at all. So George Kittle was out with a strained abductor in this practice. Dre Greenlaw left practice with a mild hamstring strain. They said it's not going to be too much of anything going on. Drake Jackson, he had a hamstring. He didn't practice at all for the second straight day. But the big one, Ray McCloud, broke his wrist. He's going to be out 8 weeks for the 49ers. Now, he was kind of like wide receiver 4 or 5 or something like that on the depth chart, but he was your number one kick returner. And I thought he was a good kick returner. So now the 49ers are going to be down their top kick returner for at least the first 4 weeks of the season. 8 weeks. You're looking at 4 or 5 weeks because what are we, 3 weeks from week 1 maybe? We might even be 4 weeks from week 1. It's a ways. But, you're looking at 4 or 5 weeks without your top kick returner. And, that's not ideal. That's not what you want to do than what you want to see if you're the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, this happens though. This is what preseason football is about. This is what training camp is about. It's about trying to get through, get ready for the season, but also there's always injuries and you got to figure out, you have to test your depth. Yeah. And I think that's what's going to be tested at this point. This also, it opens a door for somebody. With Ray going out, that it's huge. Like somebody has to step
Danny
up.
Gray, this should be your opportunity, Danny Gray. See what you can do. See if you can step up here.
Yeah, and he's the burner, right? But he's more of a straight speed guy as opposed to Ray is like all over the place. Like
I liked Ray McCloud last year.
Yeah, he's fun.
I thought he was really good in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I thought the second year with Ray in that offense would be something, that would be something you look forward to. And I don't want to minimize what it is, but it feels like a broken wrist might not hamper him all year. I know you got to get tackled, so you got to worry about that. But it's not like he's throwing, It's not like it's something broken on his legs. He is a speeder. He's, a guy that's got to make cuts and stuff like that. Feels like, no injury's good. This sounds crazy. No injury's good. But if you're a receiver, you would want maybe a broken wrist, even more than a broken finger or a broken hand or something like that. I only say that to say whatever progression he was looking to have into his second year with the 49ers, maybe it won't be as stunted with this type of injury compared to if he broke his foot or broke a finger or something like that. So, but still, it's a broken anything. That's not, it's not okay.
Yeah, and in the NFL, they pick on whatever injury you have. So, he needs to hold on to the ball, and he needs to be able to catch the ball. And a broken wrist is not, it's not a great injury for him at all. So,
no,
they've got.
But it's better. I once again, it's broken. But like, if he had a broken finger, that is even worse for catching the ball. When you think like catch the ball, you don't really turn your wrist too much. When you catch the ball, you catch it with your hands or you catch it toward your body. So maybe he can survive this situation is all I'm thinking about, I guess.
I was a wide receiver when I was young, and I caught, I broke fingers, and it's not fun to catch a ball with a broken finger. I remember they put one of those gray little metal casts, the metal braces on my finger that's all aluminum.
Yeah.
And it's got like the blue fuzzy like foam on the inside.
Ain't that a splint?
It's a splint. Yeah. And so I had spiral fractured my ring finger. And then, but I wouldn't stop playing. So I went out on the blacktop and went to catch a ball, and I went up and I squeezed, and I actually bent the splint and it was holding it in a bad spot in place. And I had to actually bend the splint back. Yeah. Not fun. Not fun.
Not okay.
Yeah.
The story alone was not okay. Goodness gracious. Story time with James Ham.
I'm a gamer, man. What are you talking about?
Man, rub some dirt on it.
Yeah, rub some dirt on it.
Rub some dirt on it.
I was going to tell you, I'm seeing Willie Snead is what they're saying is the backup to Ray, and then we got Ronnie
for punt returner.
Yeah,
Punt, kick
both
returner?
punt
Okay.
and kick. They say Willie Snead is number 2. I'm just looking at the ESPN depth chart.
Mm.
Ronnie Bell is number
Ronnie
3.
Bell is actually having a nice camp so far. I wonder what he did to them. Still,
Yeah.
reports are still trickling in about how the joint practices went. But Ronnie Bell, I've heard some good things about him throughout camp.
And Deshaun Jameson is number 4, which I'm not sure who that is. But yeah, I like these. I like that they're doing practice buildup because there's nothing worse than preseason football. It really is the absolute worst thing to watch. You usually get, especially early in preseason, you might get your starter go out for like one set and that's it. You're starting quarterback and a lot of your specialty guys, and then it just goes downhill from there very quickly.
Yeah.
So I like the buildup because what I think it does is it builds that angst. So when you do get into the game, there is like, okay, we got to get these guys. You know, you've practiced against them 2 or 3 days. You don't like each other at this point. You start to get under each other's skin, especially since someone decided to move a team to Las Vegas and it's super hot and you're already like, what is going on here?
Actually, breaking news. They did practice outside. Jesse, we talked about this before. They did practice outside. It was 8 a.m. or whatever. But I didn't know this. They actually do have an indoor facility, an indoor place at the Raiders headquarters.
Of course they have. If not, I mean, they would get scorched.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen them use it yet.
That's
like
that's
the crazy thing.
Earth.
They've got the indoor place. They got air conditioning, all this stuff to do their training camp. I haven't seen any highlight of them using the indoor facility, but I found that out today. They actually do have an indoor facility that they don't use.
Well, they need to use the indoor facility. I mean, you go into camp and like your offensive line is like 325, 335, 315. They come out, they're all like 275. We're like, what happened here? Like, you made us practice outside, coach. That's just like we just burned off 40 pounds. It happened.
Isn't that what happened allegedly with like De'Aaron Fox his second year, where he came in, he kind of bulked up a little. It wasn't the other year where he bulked up, but I thought he like put on a lot, put on some muscle or whatever the case may be. And he like worked it all off in training camp because Jaeger had them running so much.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, look, De'Aaron, especially as a 19, 20-year-old kid, he's just so wiry, right? So guys like that, it's really hard to put on weight and to keep on weight. And, I mean, you're still a guy with a great metabolism. So you don't have that problem. I sat at 145 for years. It wasn't until I was in my 30s that I started to pack on weight, doing this job and being, stagnant lifestyle and back problems. But like guys like that, I know what that was like playing football and lifting every single day and never gaining any weight at all, just getting more and more cut. Like, and if you do bulk up, it disappears so quickly, especially if you have to do cardio.
Yeah. Well, Raiders, they use the indoor facility, please. You have it there for a reason. So there's that. Another thing going on with the 49ers. Now, this is just my personal pet peeve here. This is my personal pet peeve. I just want to make a statement because I'm seeing things and I'm hearing things. And I want to let everybody know I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes of all these people who seem to think that Kyle Shanahan wants Sam Darnold to be the backup quarterback instead of Trey Lance. I'm not saying anything. I don't know what's going to happen, but there's a lot of people who do know what happened. I'm talking about media members who are saying, I know Kyle Shanahan wants Sam Darnold as the backup quarterback, and that's who I think is going to be the backup quarterback because that's what Kyle wants. I've heard this for so many years, and they're always so wrong when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. Just wrong. Just flat out wrong every time. I know he wants Mac Jones. He's going to draft Mac Jones. He wants Mac Jones. I know these things. You don't know. You're just an outside observer. You don't know these things. I know he wants to draft Mac Jones, and that's who he's probably leaning towards and who he's going to go with. And he doesn't. And here they are again, telling me and everybody else that'll listen, you don't know because you're not really on the inside. You don't know this NFL stuff. You don't know how it works. They're going to trade Trey Lance, and he wants Sam Darnold to be the backup quarterback, and that's who will be the backup quarterback. That's what they're telling me. And all I'm telling you, James Ham and everybody out there, I'm taking notes. And if this doesn't happen, I will never listen to you again. Not you, but The people who are saying it. I'll never take anything you say seriously again because it sounded like you're just talking right now. And there's multiple people. It's not just one person. But they always seem to know exactly what Kyle Shanahan wants and what he's going to do, even when they're wrong almost every time.
It's interesting because, I mean, that's part of this game, right? The offseason game. But if you don't know it, you don't know it. And I think it's been an open competition. I will say Sam Darnold has an opportunity. And I'll say that because,
sure, he has an
look,
opportunity.
he's the guy with experience.
Mhm.
And Lance just doesn't have experience. And that's a problem. You know, it's a problem you're going in with a second-year quarterback who got injured late, but really only started 7, 8 games. That's a problem. You need experience behind him. And I think the 49ers learned the hard way about quarterback depth last year, and they're probably going to use a lot of precautions this year to make sure that they don't have a repeat of that.
I would tell you right now, in my opinion, there's no way I would have Sam Darnold as the backup over Trey Lance. There's no way. Unless he's missing every single throw and he's not looking good at all, which has not been any of the reports, there's no way. No way we're doing it. I would not. And I'll explain why when we come back. But there's no way I would have Trey Lance behind Sam Darnold on the depth chart. No way. We can talk about it a little bit. We may talk about it with our guy. KC, James Ham and Friends is going crazy today. We got a lot of people pulling up again. We got Matt George. He should be back she'd be on here when we come back from break. We've got our main man. Where is he from?
Fox
There you
40.
go. Sean Cunningham coming through at 1 o'clock. And my main man, Andrew Haubner from CBS 13. We got all the stations covered today.
Yeah.
We got all the stations covered today.
Don't.
He'll be up at 2:20, man. So we're going to have a good time today. We're going to enjoy ourselves. It's James Ham, Skinny Caraway, D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yes, sir.
Now we can. Yep.
Yes, sir.
That's funny. I didn't even realize we have representation from every except for Channel 3.
Except for Channel 3. Shout out to Dale Rogers and Michelle Draper.
Dapper.
What did I say? Draper?
Yeah.
Kyle Draper? No, it's Dapper.
Dapper.
Shout out to our people over there too. Well, Dr. David, now we're speaking in hyperboles and exaggerations. I actually have seen Trey Lance play. Seen him play 4 times in a regular season, another 3 or 4 preseason games. Yes, I've seen him play.
My problem with him is that he started 4 games total and he's only played in 8 total. And you're a Super Bowl team. That's the most important position on the field. If you have aspirations of being a Super Bowl team, then you gotta be strong at every position. There isn't a lot of gambling. We're not going to gamble and let somebody grow into a role. You know, it's kind of like the Sacramento Kings. When you hit this button and all of a sudden you're good, you don't typically gamble. And
so I'll ask you and everybody else this. And there's our guy. Let's bring him in real quick. There's our guy, Matt George, Matty McQueen.
In between 2 legends, Casey on my left, Hammer on my right. What up, guys?
what's going on,
big dog? Man?
The camera ratio, though, I look like a ginormous head just
You are pretty close. You are pretty close. You are a talking head, as they like to call them now, the talking heads.
It's like an orange on a toothpick.
But I'll ask everybody, and Matt, we'll talk about this on air. We'll go on air with all this as well. If you had to put your house on who you think who has a better chance of taking the 49ers to the Super Bowl, Trey Lance or Sam Darnold, who would you take?
Can I pick neither?
No, because we all know it's Trey Lance.
I don't think you can do that either, though.
Who has a better chance? I'm not saying it would happen. People talk about we ain't seen Trey Lance. We've seen Sam Darnold. Has that ever looked like a Super Bowl winning quarterback?
I don't know. I just know that we haven't seen enough of Trey Lance to know what he looks like at all.
I don't disagree.
If you had to pick one,
you got to pick one.
It is Trey because Sam Darnold stinks.
And I like Sam Darnold more than most. I don't think he's a scrub, but I'll be like, yo, Sam Darnold's going to take us to the Super Bowl? Trey Lance, I'd be like, I don't know. But at the very least, with Trey, I can imagine a world where he figures it out and just goes crazy. Can we imagine a world where Sam Darnold figures it out and goes crazy?
Oh, Sam Darnold.
This guy sees ghost.
21-34 as a starter.
If Sam Darnold tears it up, put Kyle in the Hall of Fame right now.
Right now.
Let him coach, but he can be in the Hall of Fame now.
Oof. Wow. He posted two seasons where he had more interceptions than touchdowns.
Now here's the argument for Sam Darnold. I would say, why couldn't Sam Darnold beat Geno Smith? They've had similar upbringings in the NFL, essentially.
Yeah.
Play for bad teams, not really given an opportunity. And then they get in the best situation they've been in their careers, and Geno flourishes. Why couldn't Sam Darnold be that? Now, mind you, even with all that being said, Geno got bounced in the first round. So that's still not getting to the Super Bowl.
Well, you talk yourself in and out of these things a lot.
Well, I do a good job of seeing both sides. That's all it is. I see both sides, and I make my decision. My decision will be Trey Lance. But I can make an argument for somebody who's trying to make an argument for Sam Darnold.
I mean, Darnold's started 55 games in the pros. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, as opposed to 4. And that's a problem.
So it's a problem, right? But 54 could probably tell you everything you need to know. That's a good enough sample size to be like, he's not good enough.
Well, I could also make the argument that he was good enough to start 55 games.
He can be good enough to start all he wants. He don't win.
No, that's true. That's true. But I mean,
Gardner Minshew is good enough to start. He stinks.
Yeah. No one wins with the Jets. So, I mean, I don't know. Testaverde. That's who won with the Jets. Vinny Testaverde. Joe Flacco didn't win with the Jets.
Now you know you just lying at this point. Zach Wilson ain't better. He ain't better than nobody. Although Zach Wilson made some nice passes on at the Hall of Fame game. That's all.
Zach Wilson.
Maybe he's turning the corner. Well, he's not even going to get a chance. He's backup quarterback.
Yeah,
We're back here on D-Lo and KC. We got our main man from ABC 10, Matt George, joining us here on the show. And I just laughing because Matt George, throughout the whole break, just heard me go on this rant about Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, waited patiently, didn't say a word. And then he was about to open his mouth and say something. I said, hold on, Matt, we're coming right back. Can't talk.
You've been spending too much time with Damian Barling. You got this lead chair down. That's the D-Lo special right there. What up, guys?
Make it happen. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
It's good. It's good. I'm ready to talk quarterbacks. Apparently, coming in here. I mean, I'm with you. The question you asked on the during the break, it's definitely Trey Lance over Sam Darnold if I feel good about it. But
so let me ask it to the people out there on the radio side who weren't able to see it on the stream, and I'll ask you. You didn't get a chance to weigh in it on yourself. I asked the question: if you had to pick, I don't think anybody feels confident in either one of these two guys. I'll say that. I understand that. But that's not the exercise. The exercise is asking a question and making a decision. If you had to pick, who would you have more faith, more belief that they could get you to a Super Bowl? Trey Lance or Sam Darnold? Who would you pick?
Well, if either of them are getting me to the Super Bowl, it's because I'm thanking the defense for being maybe one of the best defenses ever in NFL history for one.
Well, but I'll stop you there. We don't know that. We don't know that. If it could be the truth. We don't know. We don't know.
I think the most reliable thing on the San Francisco 49ers period is that defense. And no matter what happens, that defense is there for you. So whatever quarterback is getting you there, it's in large part because of that defense. But to your point, Kenny, I'll say this, to make it to a Super Bowl. And then on top of that, to win a Super Bowl, I feel you need a quarterback that can make you plays and make special plays. And when you're asking about who's more capable of doing that between Lance and Darnold, I think it's Lance just because of his athletic ability and his ability to escape outside the pocket and do things outside of the pocket. Still has a lot to show. I get the argument for Darnold is more experienced, but if Darnold leads the pocket, I'm hoping he throws the ball away or just goes to the ground without getting touched. Like that's to that point with me. So I have more faith in Trey Lance in that case. It's also because there's still the unknown that is exciting about Trey Lance. But again, no matter even Brock Purdy, like if they're making it and winning a Super Bowl, it's because of that defense.
I'm going to take the other side. I'm going with Darnold. He just has more experience. He can game manage where we don't know what Trey Lance can do at all. And you're not a team that can sit there and wait. You know, I liken this a little bit to like Trey Lance is the Jimmer Fredette versus Isaiah Thomas thing. Like he lost out to the last pick in the draft. He was the third pick in the draft, and like he's on the outs. Like he hasn't shown that he can do anything at the NFL level. He's gotten hurt a couple of times. On occasion, he looked like spectacular. He made some great throws, but he also made a lot of bad decisions, a lot of bad throws, and it's really hard to gain like some momentum as a quarterback if you can't stay healthy. And unfortunately for him, like his opportunities there, you know, again, we can talk about Marvin Bagley. It's like, it's really hard to keep building on things when you're not on the field, and it's something he's going to have to deal with.
So I'll say this. So just going on the other side here, playing a little devil's advocate. I never want to play devil's advocate. I don't want nothing to do with the devil, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't know why these sayings that come up. I don't know why they always come up this way. I don't want anything to do with the devil. But
or dog fights.
Dog fights. I don't understand this stuff. Sam Darnold could have all the experience he wants. What he has shown you is he can't win, and he can't play good enough to have a team be successful. That's what he's shown you. Brian Hoyer has all the experience in the world. Blaine Gabbert has started games in this world, started way more games than Trey Lance. I don't think anybody would say, hey, let's put this guy on the team and let him be the backup quarterback. Maybe they would do it ahead of Trey Lance, but I'm just saying they wouldn't be confident. They wouldn't say, oh, we're confident because he's played games. Sam Darnold, Blaine Gabbert, Brian Hoyer, they've shown you they're not good enough. That's what they've shown you. You can start 1,000 games. If you show that you're not good enough, that shouldn't be anything that gives anybody any confidence.
No, I get it, but I think the difference is that Darnold started a ton of games. Like, and some of the guys you mentioned, their career backups, where Sam Darnold was a starter for a long time. And like, I'm not saying he's the answer. I'm just saying that if I have to choose the lesser of two evils, I'm probably taking the one that has experience over the guy who we don't know what he is, and you're too good of a team to venture into the space of let's let him go out there and see how it goes. Like, no,
the other
Super Bowl aspirations. Kenny's already locked you up for at least one Super Bowl this year.
Well, I mean, they are a Super Bowl contender. There's no doubt about that. They are a Super Bowl contender. Matt, George, before you get to respond to that, I would just say this. This was the reason why I said there's almost no reason that I would have Trey Lance behind Sam Darnold. No reason whatsoever. And I'll give you my explanation. And James, it's almost like what we talked about with Namias Keita. You can always go to Sam Darnold. You can always go to him. If Trey Lance, you put him in there for 2 games and he just looks lost, you can always go to Sam Darnold. Find out what you have with Trey Lance. Find out if he can run your offense. Find out if, he's better than people are giving him credit for, or it's really just a situation where he hasn't had the opportunity and because of health. And once he gets the opportunity, he shows you he can really play on this level. You can always, who Sam Darnold is. You can always go to him. Give it a 2-game sample size. Be like, Trey, you got 2.5 games to show us what you got. And if it doesn't look good, we'll go to Sam Darnold. You can always go to Sam Darnold. So there's no reason to bury Trey Lance and put him 3rd string and maybe ruin his confidence or ruin anything that's going on because of Sam Darnold. You can always go to him, and Sam Darnold going to be Sam Darnold, whether he's the 2nd, 3rd, or off the street quarterback. He's going to be the same player. So I don't see any benefit in putting Sam Darnold ahead of Trey Lance on the depth chart.
I think there's the 2 questions you're asking are 2 extremely different questions. The first one was the hypothetical of who do you trust to win you a Super Bowl more. The second one is who is the better backup quarterback for this version of the San Francisco 49ers. And I think when you're looking at a backup quarterback to back up Brock Purdy, you're hoping that they never see the field. But if they do, you're hoping they can continue what Purdy in your offense was doing. If that's the case, I understand an argument completely for Sam Darnold. I think Sam and Brock are maybe a little more. Brock is way better, but I think Sam and Brock are a little more comparable than Brock and Trey are. But at the same time, like I'm with you. I think you still owe it to Trey. I think you still owe it to yourselves with the amount of investment you put into Trey. I think you still owe it to see what he can be. And I still think there's still a chance Trey could be the guy. Like we saw Brock play really, really well for 7 games or whatever it was. And we're excited about that too. But if Trey got a 7-game sample size, what would he look like? So it's the book's not closed, or the story's not closed on Trey either. Personally, I hope neither of them see the field at any point this season. And I hope Kyle brings all 3 of them into the season just so he can feel a little bit better about how last season ended. But early on, I'm picking Trey over Sam. But if it ended up being like in the playoffs and God forbid Brock goes down again by getting his arm hit in the playoffs and they need someone to kind of play the exact same way, it might be Sam that gets the call.
You heard it here first. ABC's Matt George says he doesn't think either one of them should see the field, and Brandon Allen should be the set backup quarterback. You heard it here first.
Wait, what do you mean backup starter?
Well, and I think the other thing, like we talked about Keita yesterday, like I would give Keita an opportunity early in the season if you're going to keep him on the roster and see what we need. But there's a big difference between 82 games and 17 games. And every game in the NFL matters so much. It might not matter for your division this year. You might be able to sit back and try some things. That might be a possibility, but you still want home field advantage in the playoffs. You still want a first round bye. These are things that if you're the 49ers, you have to be looking at right now. You can't look at long term. And so like, and then I'll add the other element. Do you want to open the door of Trey Lance versus Brock Purdy? Like if you have Brock Purdy go down and then you have Trey Lance come in and all of a sudden Trey Lance is really good for 2 or 3 games and Brock Purdy comes back. With Sam Darnold's a backup. There's no question. He's a backup. He's like, while I've been saying he's got the experience, he's got 55 starts, he also is no longer that guy. And he is now a backup quarterback in the NFL, and he'll play out that role for the next 10 years. He'll probably make so much money that, we'll be like, what in the world? How does he keep making all this money just to
make that Carson Wentz money?
Yeah, he's going to roam the earth. Who was Patrick Mahomes' backup for the last?
Chad Henne.
Chad Henne. And Chad Henne,
Michigan great.
Yeah, that guy hasn't done anything in the NFL in like 18 years, but he keeps making a paycheck, and you're like, that guy's still in the league. So that's where Sam Darnold is. And so my point would be that if you put Trey Lance in there and all of a sudden it's like, oh, what do we got here? Now you put that seed of doubt of what's going to happen. And like, maybe that's a good thing going into next season where you could have a quarterback controversy and we could let these guys battle it out. But for right now, like I'll flip you want to talk about the confidence of Trey Lyles and all that stuff. I want Brock Purdy to have all that confidence too. And I want him to be the guy that feels like this is his team and push forward with that and don't put some weird seed of doubt in his mind.
Well, I understand that. I would,
complex, isn't it? This is weird.
I would flip that because everybody, and this is something that's frustrating to me. I'll go on a rant about this at some point. It's not going to be called KC's rant. We ain't doing that here. But
it's not a Ken Epiphany.
No, it's not a Ken Epiphany either. But the whole objective or the thought process of let's trade Trey Lance so we can get something for him or whatever. That's an NFL thing. They're always looking to trade or cut somebody. Like they're already talking about when they can cut Deebo Samuel. You just signed him last year. It's just, it irritates the hell out of me in the NFL and the people who talk about the NFL. Always looking to trade or cut somebody. But to that point with people that's always trying to, trade the person. If Trey comes in and say Brock Purdy's out for 3 games, Trey lights it up. You go back to Brock. Yes, you may have a little bit of controversy and a little bit of pressure on Brock, but what you've done is you've upped the trade value of Trey Lance. And you can move on. If you believe Brock is that guy still, you say, no, Brock is our guy. Then you're probably, according to people, you're probably looking to trade Trey in the offseason anyway. If he comes in and plays well, Now you've upped his trade value. You go from getting a 6th round pick to now they look at him, no, this is a starting quarterback in this league. We'll give you a 2nd. We'll give you a 3rd. You might even get a bidding war for a trade with Trey Lance.
There's so many things that could happen here.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that could happen. The thing that we want to happen, I'm with Matt. I gave him a hard time, but if Kyle believes Brock Purdy is QB1, fine. I want to see Brock in there all year long, healthy, playing well. And I love Trey Lance. I would love for Trey Lance to be QB1 and to be that guy. But I just think today, going into this season, I think Brock Purdy's a better quarterback. And I think he's better. I want to see him play all the games and win. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
To James' point earlier, too, about the QB battle potentially opening up between Purdy and Lance in this scenario, the common saying, maybe a cliche, and I know I use it every once in a while too, and I use it a lot when looking like at NBA training camp battles, is when you have so many good options, it's a good problem to have for a coach.
Mm-hmm.
But is it really though? Like, is it in players dominated leagues where ego matters so much, and players, especially now in the NBA too, oh, it's a good problem to have, except you piss one player off and now he's demanding a trade and is saying, I'm only going to this, and this team, and kind of hurts you in that way. I just wonder, I was curious, your guys' I'm taking it on a completely different direction, but your guys' opinion on the saying or the idea that having a lot of depth at one position, when it's a skill position like quarterback, you can only really play one guy. It's not like running backs where you can play multiple, or wide receivers when you can play multiple, or even like point guard in the NBA. It's really pretty much one guy and his backup for 15, 20 minutes. Is that really a good problem for a coach to have?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Matt, because you want to have guys that have different skill sets, so you're not always the same, but you also want to have guys that have similar skill sets, so you don't have to change everything.
Right.
So like it's the conundrum with Domantas Sabonis. Like, he doesn't block shots, so we need a shot blocker. So you go out and you get Alex Len, but Alex Len isn't a passer, and Alex Len doesn't rebound like Domantas. So we might need someone who's a little more versatile. So let's go get Nerlens Noel. Okay. Well, Nerlens Noel can't really score. He gets pushed around. There's these things about Nerlens Noel that doesn't fit either. And he's a rim runner. He's not a guy you can run any offense through at all. And so then you look at Neemias Queta and you're like, okay, well, Queta he looks more similar to Domantas than the rest of them, but I might need different things on this night and different things on this game. So you can't have like 4 different looks at every position, or 5. And we didn't even talk about the fact that Trey Lyles is really the backup center.
Mm-hmm.
So, like it's complicated. And that's why, like, I agree with you, Matt, like having too many options sometimes can be a problem, but, you still want to be able to cover all of these bases at the same time. And it would be nice if you had, more length and athleticism at the 3 and the 4, but that guy's got to be good enough to play.
Right.
And, like, how is it if you go out and get a guy right now, is he going to steal minutes from Keegan Murray, Harrison Barnes, Sasha Vezenkov? Like, is he going to be able to steal minutes? And the answer is probably no. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, Matt. It's a complex question.
I understand as well, but I'm, maybe I'm a little old school with all this. Yeah, give me all of that. Give me all the talent. And what I feel it will do is it'll do 2 things. It'll weed out the people that want to compete and don't want to compete and want things handed to them. It would also weed out the people, and you'll find out who's really about winning, who's really about the team, and who's really about themselves. You look at this Kings team last year. Terrence Davis, I'm sure he believed he was a legit backup shooting guard in this league, and could play in this league. He could play Malik Monk's role. I haven't talked to him about it, but I'm confident he believed I can do that. I'm good enough to do that. But he understood with this team, he bought in, and he said winning is most important, and that's going to include me not playing some nights. And when I don't play for 3-4 games and coach says it's time for you to go in, it's not me pouting. It's not me saying it's about time, having a bad attitude. It's okay, this is my time. I'm going to come in and produce. I'm going to do what coach asked me to do, or I'm going to try my best, and when I don't play for 2-3 games, I'm not sitting on the bench pouting. I'm up cheering my teammates on. I'm up, rooting these guys on. I want to see Malik, who's getting my minutes. I want to see him succeed. And I'm going to be just as hyped when he does something well. That's who you find out who's about the team. Can you do that for 5 years? Probably not. So you're going to have to cycle these guys in and out. But for a year or two, Davion Mitchell, I know Davion Mitchell wants to start and believes he's a starting point guard in this league. I think he's a starting point guard in this league. But he's a backup right now. And he's like, this is my role. I'm about winning. And I'm going to make sure that I do everything I can to help this team win. You know what I mean? And his response to, not playing in crunch time is always, I got to be better. Compete. That's what I talked about before. I'm willing to compete. I don't think things should be handed to me. I'm willing to compete. That's what you find out when you have, quote, too much talent, and why it's a good thing, because you find out who the competitors are and who's about winning. Real quick, I remember Colin Kaepernick's second season, maybe his rookie year. Might have been his rookie year. But the Niners played the Bills, and they beat the hell out of the Bills. They beat them like 56-13 or something like that. Alex Smith was the starter. They beat him so bad, Cap got in like for the whole fourth quarter, scored like a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown or whatever. He was the backup. Alex Smith was the starter. There was no controversy. He was the backup. Alex was a starter. Cap does that, looks good in the time that he plays. Nobody says, hey, there's a quarterback controversy. But I remember Cap tweeted out, and it was like the next morning at like 5 a.m. It was like a picture of him in the gym, and he tweeted out, and he was just like, it can't keep me on the bench forever. and that was his mentality. He's like, I'm competing. I know that this is my role right now, but I'm going to force their hand where they're going to have to make a decision, and they're going to have to recognize me. They're going to have to acknowledge me, so to speak. Acknowledge me. And put me in that spot. He wanted to compete. He didn't want nothing handed to him. He saw what it was. He was ready to compete. So long-winded way of saying that. I like it. I'm for it. Once again, I don't think you can do this with the same group for 3-4 years, because at some point that's going to run out. Like, they're going to be like, look, I'm tired of this. I should be playing or whatever, regardless if you're winning or not. But I do think for a year or two, absolutely, I'll take a position battle at every spot.
I want to go back to something you said, Kenny, earlier. You're talking about Davion Mitchell, and you said you think he's a starting point guard in this league right now. I'm curious why, because I believe he can be. I still have questions on the offensive end, and it's his offense, the question marks around that offense, that make me question if he is a starting point guard in the league. I think his defense is more than good enough for him to be the backup. And I still think there's more that he can show offensively. And I think, Ham, you discussed this, I know, a lot on King's Beat last season, but it felt like the first 2/3 of the year, Davion was kind of trying to find his fit offensively. And then the final third of the year, and then a little bit in the playoffs, he kind of figured out that outside shot, it just looked like he became comfortable with the way Mike Brown wanted to use him on offense. But I still think the Kings need to see more for him to guarantee a heavy rotational spot. And what I mean by that is 20 plus minutes a night, especially in playoff games, where he saw his role in the playoffs fade towards the end of that series. So what is it offensively, Kenny, or is it just his defense and how incredible he is defensively that makes you confident that he could be a starting point guard, or is a starting point guard in the NBA right now?
Yeah, me personally, I think his defense is always number one. But I do think offensively he's improving. There are times when he can finish a game, right, with his offense. We talk about the playoffs in game 2. He finished that game with the way he was able to hit buckets and play on the defensive end. We go back, this was way early in the season, so it was a long time ago, but the Charlotte game when De'Aaron Fox got hurt. I think Davion was 5 of 6, 23 points, 5 of 6 from beyond the arc, 23 points, helped them come back and win that game on the road as well. So he can do it. Now, when I say he's a starter, today, I don't know if he's a starter for a playoff team, right? But in this league, like Washington or Detroit, Houston, whatever, he beat a starting point guard. He's better than Kevin Porter Jr. or Ish Smith or something like that, or even, Charlotte has LaMelo Ball, but teams like that. Like, I think he can start in this league. He has to improve. I agree with you. He has to improve on the offensive end to be a starter for a winning team. He started last year when Fox was out, or when he got hurt towards the end of the season, and he put up decent. No, the number, like I think the when he plays, he'll put up the numbers of a starting point guard. Will he do enough to be able to win you games at a high level? Now, that's something he has to work on. But I think he should start. What you think, Cam?
Yeah, I'm going to say this. Like, people often think that I don't like Davion Mitchell or his play, and I do. I first of all, like defensively, he's incredible. I think he's spectacular, and I love watching him play. He's feisty. He goes out there. You can see how hard he works. He is just like we talked about with Buddy Hield. Davion Mitchell outworks everybody. Like that's something that he is actively working while other people are sleeping. That's who he is as a person. And I don't even care about so much the wide open three that he misses, because he's missed plenty of them, and he should be a better 3-point shooter than he is. I don't think that when they messed with the shot, I think that did him a huge disservice. I don't know what was going on there. Like why all of a sudden he's shooting like Omri Caspi 3-point shots, like scraping the bottom of the scoreboard. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. And I think it was a huge mistake. He's not that short. Like, and his release was a little slow, but it wasn't that slow. But my problem with him is that I think he can be a starting point guard. He can't be a starting point guard in the Kings system unless he makes some radical changes in the way that he thinks about the game. And there's too many times where there's a hesitation to his game, and that's not this flow. This offense moves. If you got to touch it and you got to move it, it's the half second, right? You got a half second, and you don't even really have that. This thing moves so quickly that if you're getting the ball, you got to know when you're getting it, if you're shooting or not, or if you're going to make a pass.
You should know before you get the ball.
You should. Do. And I found too many times with him where there's a hesitation to his game. And again, this offense that the Kings are running right now, it's not everyone's offense. There are a lot of different types of offenses in the NBA, and he could do very well in a lot of other offenses. Just in this style of offense, it's tough. And then I'll throw in the other caveat that I always do. The Kings don't do him any service at all by putting him in the game for 2 minutes, pulling him back out of the game, and then having him start the next quarter. That is him being selfless, him accepting that that's what's happening, and him trying to do the best he can inside of that role. And so good on him for doing that. But what it does is it really hurts his ability to get in any rhythm at all. And that's why I'm not concerned about his 3-point shot or anything else. Like, I need to see him think Kings basketball and to process Kings basketball on both ends of the floor, because he's great on ball as a defender. Off ball, he's not great. And he's worked on that, but he's not great. And that's part of the problem, that not everybody has the same skill set, and you've got to mesh them and build them into one system. And that's why continuity means so much. That's why having the same coaching staff 2 years in a row means so much. And it's why keeping a team together and letting them grow together organically means so much, because you can sometimes work some of these things out. And he just has the difficult task of doing it in 16 to 18 minutes a game.
Matt, real quick, I want to ask you, we got Matt George with us, ABC 10 Sports here with us on D-Lo and KC, James Ham with me as well. I wanted to ask you more about Davion, right? Because I've said a number of different times, and I understand everything James is saying, and he's right as far as being comfortable in playing the way the offense is meant to be played. But I've said, and I could be a one-man Wolfpack, I think Davion is a perfect backup point guard. I want him in Sacramento as the backup to De'Aaron Fox for as long as they can keep him. And they've got him under club control for a while. Do you want to spend a certain type amount of money on Davion Mitchell to be your backup? That's a whole different question. But I think he's perfect. He comes in there, he defends at a high level on ball. He's still working off ball as well, but he defends at a high level, at an elite level on ball. I think he's good enough on the offensive end to come in and potentially give you 10 to 12 points a game if given the opportunity. And you can finish games with them. A lot of the times I look at all these guys. This was my biggest thing with Mason Plumlee at the trade deadline. And a lot of people were clamoring over is when I look at the game and I look at acquiring somebody and the necessity and the need to do it, not that it's not important, but I say, all right, you're going to say you have to do something to get a guy that can't finish games for you. Mason Plumlee was never going to finish a game for the Kings. And if he did, Sabonis fouled out or he's hurt and you're in a whole world of trouble. Davion Mitchell can finish a game with you with your current roster. And that's, for me, the way I evaluate things, that's important to me. You know, that you get a guy in there that can finish a game for you. And I think he's perfect for this team. What do you think about Davion Mitchell in that respect?
Yeah, I think Davion Mitchell in Sacramento, he's a specialist, and that's not a bad thing. Like, I think some people might view that term as a knock because it's like, oh, he's not good enough to be a starter or a all-around player, but he's a specialist, so you need him in certain situations. But like, to me, if Davion is going to be capable of being a consistent closer, like you're talking about, Kenny, especially a consistent closer of big games in the playoffs, he essentially has to, and this is a big ask, but if he's not going to develop a consistent 3-point shot, he has to defend on a Marcus Smart level. Like, you put Davion Mitchell on ball against Steph Curry to try and bother Steph as much as possible. I'm not saying it's easy, period, to one, stay in front of Steph, two, to fight over every single screen and they throw 4 at you in a single possession, or 3, just keep the greatest shooter of all time from getting his on the perimeter. But the Kings threw Davion Mitchell at Steph Curry, and at times it looked good. At times he was making Steph Curry work. Steph still carried the Warriors through that series, and by the end of the series, the Kings weren't throwing Davion Mitchell at Steph as much anymore because it wasn't working on both sides of the floor, or at least Mike Brown felt that way. So if Davion is going to be that guy, if offensively he can get you 10 to 12 points, which should be realistically all you're asking out of your backup point guard, but if he's not going to be someone who can hit 35% of threes, especially wide open threes, he needs to be someone that is out there as a closer because he is doing as much as he possibly can to truly shut somebody down. I don't think it's possible to ever completely shut down the best players in the league, but to make their life a living hell to where I know he made Steph Curry work, but Steph still got his. So in that case, he wasn't capable of being the closer. He wasn't capable of being out there. You needed Malik Monk out there because at least Monk was coming down the other end of the floor and was scoring for you and was providing that offensive push when it became a shootout towards the end, which is more to the Kings' strengths than trying to be a defensive stopper is. So I think Davion's more than capable of being the perfect backup point guard here, Kenny, to your point. I love Davion here, and I still do think there's another level to his offensive game that he's trying to figure out. And quite frankly, I think the Kings are also trying to figure out. I put a lot on Sacramento too to figure out how to make that work. But if he's going to be a closer as is, he has to be a shutdown defender. And he wasn't that against Steph, at least. So it's a big ask.
Yeah, and Matt, to that point, I'll say this too. Like, the other problem to close out a game, you gotta either, if someone's hurt, that's one thing. But if not, you gotta beat out De'Aaron Fox. You gotta beat out Malik Monk. You gotta beat out Kevin Huerter, and now you gotta beat out Chris Duarte as well. So Chris Duarte is an outstanding defender at 6'6", not 6 foot tall. And so, like, how will he pair as a defender in crunch time? A better shooter, a guy who's played with Sabonis. How will he fit in crunch time alongside De'Aaron Fox? Because that's a whole nother wrinkle that you can look at. And so I think that there's, like, I get what you're saying. I'd also make the argument with Mason Plumlee that if you had Mason Plumlee, you could have allowed Domantas Sabonis at least another 5 to 7 minutes a game to rest through a lot of the final 30 games of the season while he was healing his hand. You could have given him some rest, and Mason Plumlee can finish a game. You have a better player.
He can, like, in theory, but I'm just looking at the 5 guys that would finish for the Kings. Yeah. Mason Plumlee wouldn't be one of those 5 guys.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in all honesty, Davion Mitchell wasn't one of those guys either. I mean, he finished a couple of games, but at the end of the day, he wasn't good enough to beat out Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter in those moments to steal those minutes, or even a Terrence Davis in the playoffs. Like, they used Terrence Davis instead of him in the playoffs. So
and it didn't work.
It worked in game 6. Well, it didn't work.
It worked in game 6. Malik Monk and Trey Lyles and De'Aaron Fox carried them in that game. Yeah. I love TD as well, but I mean, they tried to go back to the well in game 7 and it was lights out.
Yeah, and he was outstanding. Davion was outstanding in the playoffs defensively. Like, there were times where it was like, you look at his stats, and he was really good. And for that matter, I think the other problem that Davion has moving forward with regards to that is the Kings are a really good defensive team in the final 5 minutes of game anyways. They are. They're not a good defensive team for the other 43 minutes, but they're really good in the final 5 minutes. And we saw it in the playoffs where all of a sudden they're really good for 48, or
Mm.
for most of 48 through almost all of the 7 games. They were really strong defensively. So like you got to figure out if that's your niche, and all of a sudden guys who can play defense, who haven't played defense, start playing defense, it makes it even more difficult for you to get on the court.
Mm.
So,
That
and
was-
I like him.
I was just thinking about it. That was a tough matchup in the first round. That was a tough matchup. I thought the Kings were a better team, but having to deal with Steph, Clay, Andrew Wiggins coming back, I'm just thinking about offensively. Defensively, I didn't think the Warriors were that good. But offensively, having to deal with Steph and the way he runs around, that's a tough intro to the playoffs right there. I was like, man, like if they would have played Memphis in the first round, I think they beat Memphis. Memphis is pretty predictable with what they do offensively. You know,
There are a lot of teams I think they could have beaten in the first round.
Yeah.
And to my point, I'll tell you, in the playoffs, Davian held his opponent to 29% shooting from 3, 10% below average.
Hmm.
He held on 2-pointers, 16.4% below average. Like, these are incredible. Overall, 13.7% below average. He was incredible
Hmm.
defensively. De'Aaron Fox's stats aren't this good, but they're really good as well in the playoffs. And that's the problem. Like, one guy gives you so much on one end, and he's starting to show you on the other end he can do something. And another guy gives it on one end and can't give it on both ends of the court. So
2020 is hindsight, but I mean, Mike Brown, do you guys think, I shouldn't say it as an absolute, but do you think Mike Brown would like to have that game 7 back, giving TD the minutes that probably should have been Davion's? Like, he didn't probably believe Davion could do as much as TD could offensively, potentially. So that I think that's why he went with it. But you think if you ask him right now, yeah, I'd like to have that back. I'd rather give Davion some of those minutes.
Matt?
I think if he's asking for a game back, it's game 5 where in your building Draymond dropped 21 on you. I think that's the game that he's asking for it back. But
There's nothing you can do about that. You leave him open like you're supposed to, and he actually hits shots. It's like,
right, but I'm running that game back, and I'm saying Draymond, do that again. Like that's the game I'm asking back, because the Kings played well enough on. I mean, game 7, it's hard to say. Like, Steph is so incredible, and covering this series like gave me an even extra level of appreciation towards Steph Curry, to where, like, I was on the podcast and I was saying, even from a Kings fan perspective, you just have to appreciate greatness when it's in front of you. And the story that came out that Steph gave the speech to his guys before the locker, or before the game 7, hey, trust in me and I'll carry you there. And then he goes in and provides that game 7 performance. Like, I'm not necessarily like a fate guy or anything like that. I don't know if you run that 100 times, I don't know if Steph is letting them lose more than 10 or more than 5.
Right.
Like, that's just the kind of player that he is. So truthfully, I'm at peace with how that series went. I'm at peace with how it ended. I'm at peace with how Harrison missed his shot. I'm at peace with how 3 out of the 5 starters struggled at times. Like, I'm at peace with it, because I believe that's going to make this Kings team better. And I believe, like, my favorite part about the season ending was De'Aaron Fox taking the podium and saying, for the first time, this really stings. Like, this really hurts. That was my favorite. That was the best thing he could have said. And now I expect those words to translate to action come next season, when we're seeing, like, that ain't happening again. We're not letting that happen again. We're growing from that. So, but if I'm Mike Brown, I want any game back. It's game 5 in your own building. You just lost 2 in a row in Golden State, but you can retake control. And I don't think Draymond Green's doing that to you in your own building ever again. So I'll go with that.
That was crazy.
And I'll say, like, do I believe, like, I think Mike probably will go back. He's gone back probably a couple of times and thought, okay, I probably should have realized that what I was trying to do wasn't working. What worked in game 6 wasn't working. In the moment, he was very clear. No, it worked in game 6. So what am I supposed to do?
Mhm.
In game 7, it didn't work in the first half. And the one thing I'll give Mike credit for the entire season, when something did not work in the first half, he bailed on it quick.
Mm.
Like, I mean, we saw the Neemias Queta situation not work for 3 minutes. He goes to someone else. We saw Rashawn Holmes not work for a couple of minutes. He goes to someone else. Chimezie Metu, you look like you're doing things that we haven't discussed as a team, and you think you can do those things. Well, you're not going to play in the second half. So there were all these moments where Mike showed that that's who he was. And in this game, very specifically, he allowed Steph to go crazy. And we just talked about Davion Mitchell's stats. Like, that's who he was guarding. I mean, he's holding his opponent to negative 13.7% overall. That's crazy that he's having that type of impact. So yes, I do believe that he probably should have looked at a different way to attack game 7. And he probably wishes he would have made a change earlier, because you had got every other player out of their rhythm. The only guy who was going to beat you that night was Steph, and you let him beat you.
To Mike Brown's defense, Terrence Davis, I remember he had a solid game, 14 points in that game. Like, he gave you what you were looking for offensively. Then you thought maybe if he gives you that, if he gives you like 9 to 14 points, we'll be able to do just enough on the defensive end to squeak out that game. And he just didn't. Like, it just happened. Like you guys, everybody said, Steph Curry, he probably wasn't going to let that ever happen. So,
but I think you got to find more than 8 minutes for Davion Mitchell, though. I think, like, and that, I don't know if that's the main thing that he regrets there. But even if Steph was having one of those nights where there's nothing you can do, like, okay, Davion Mitchell, if nothing else, is at least throwing something at him to where the numbers that James threw out, like, you can't ignore that either. So I think I would have tried to find more than 8 minutes for Davion. But another reason why I'd go back to game 5 is the game we want back to. I completely forgot about this. In addition to Draymond going off and having his big game, if I'm not mistaken, guys, that was the game where Keegan came out red hot in the first quarter, and then he didn't shoot the ball for the rest of the game, and the Kings didn't get him a look for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Like, I'm avoiding the tape if I'm Mike Brown, because I don't want to see that catastrophic failure. I thought that was, and some of that's on Keegan for not demanding the ball too. But if you're Mike, if you're Luke Loutz, if you're anybody on that bench, and Mike takes all of his assistants' thoughts into account. He's mentioned that many times. Hey, that was a Luke decision. That was a Jordy decision. Yeah. Nobody said get Keegan the ball. No one said let Keegan shoot at any point in the final 3 quarters of that game. Like, game 5, I feel like, is where, because game 6 was amazing and a lot of fun, but game 5 is where I felt like that series slipped out from underneath Sacramento.
Matt George, ABC 10, go break a leg. Once again, why do we say these things? I don't know. Appreciate you coming on, man. And we'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure, guys. You've been killing it this week with D'Lo gone. Hope D'Lo's having a great vacation, but keep up the great work, guys.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. We'll be right back. James Hams is staying with me. We'll be right back here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Good to go. Appreciate you, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
Everything good, Matt?
Everything's very good. How are you, Ham?
Good. Yeah, just limping through the summer.
I may or may not have daydreamed about finding a way to commandeer one of your vessels and just take a boat out at some point. I'm like, I'm just gonna rob James Ham of a boat.
We just need a fast forward button to get through this. Yeah, it's been so hot. Yeah, we just need a fast forward button. I don't know. I'm booked out in September. My whole September is crazy busy.
Smart. Good for you.
Damn it, where is the schedule? God damn it. This should be about this week. Where the hell is the schedule? We need it.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to drop on like a Saturday when we can't really react to, or there's no radio show to react to it for 2 days.
Matt, they know better.
They're going to sit on it, man. I'm telling you. I don't think they're going to put this schedule. We'll see.
Late August. Maybe not next week, the following week.
I know one year I got a schedule that was really close, and I had it for about a week. Mm-hmm. And I also, like, there was one year where I may or may not have gotten the schedule like 5 days early with NBC. And then it was like an accident. Someone should not have given me that. Because they get the schedule earlier so they can start, building it out, but they're not allowed to share it with someone like me, even though we work for the same spot. Well, always weird.
Anybody at NBC, anybody at the Kings, my DMs are open. Send me the schedule.
Real quick before I bounce, kind of question for both of you, but James, do you think there's a good shot at a Kings Warriors Christmas Day game?
No,
you don't think so? Who's a better opponent for the Warriors on Christmas Day? Is it the Suns?
Yeah.
Because the Warriors are playing Christmas Day, right? They're going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Kings
so it's the Suns, right? It's the Suns
because of
Chris Paul.
Yeah, because of Chris Paul.
That's what I thought. But
yeah.
Then who do the Lakers play?
Dallas.
Oh my
Kyrie.
God.
It doesn't
Hell
matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Dallas. No, I know. I understand. Dallas has no business on Christmas. No. Hell no.
Luka's going to get them there.
No. I will lay in front of ABC Studios I do not need to see Dallas on Christmas Day.
So
Come on over.
we have the Bucks, we have the Celtics, we have the 76ers,
The
and
Nuggets got to be on there.
the Nuggets. Okay, so
What is it? 10 teams because there's 5 games.
yeah,
And
okay,
they're
so,
competing with the NFL this year too, because they're not. The Niners are playing on Christmas Day.
They are. Monday Night
man,
Football.
are they going to hit
It's the
us?
Ravens. That's gonna be a good one.
I don't want a Christmas Day game. I don't care what it means.
I
to
think
the
they're getting
team.
a Christmas
like,
Day
I don't
game.
want a Christmas Day.
I
game.
think it's gonna be the Warriors.
I like my Christmas.
I enjoy Christmas at home.
I do too. I enjoy having the 24th, 25th, 26th off because that's typically what we get, and then we
Right.
come back to 27th. Like I'm all for that again.
Oh, here we go. We're coming back.
Bye, guys.
D-Lo and KC, we're back at it on this beautiful Thursday afternoon in Sacramento, California. James Ham rolling with me. And I just yelled at James. I just yelled at James during the break because he said, and I'm not even saying he's wrong. I'm saying I don't want it to happen. We were trying to figure out Christmas Day games. Matt George, before he left, dropped the bomb on us and asked us, do you think the Kings and the Warriors are playing Christmas Day? James said,
Kings and Warriors? No.
he says no. So we're trying to figure out who's who. There's 10 teams that need to be accounted for on Christmas Day. And James says the Lakers and the Mavericks are probably playing Christmas. And I said, I will lay down in front of the ABC studios in Los Angeles in protest forever for them putting the Mavericks on Christmas Day. I do not want to see the Mavericks on Christmas. They don't deserve it. They're not fun to watch. That would be the nap game. That'd be the nap game. I take a nap.
They're going to pitch the Kyrie LeBron thing. That's what and Luka, they're going to pitch that.
They've already done that twice, and I don't think anybody's cared about those games. They've done Lakers Mavericks twice, back-to-back Christmases. No one's cared. There hasn't been anything memorable about those games whatsoever.
Okay.
No.
Can we get the Celtics and can we get a championship like finals? I don't know.
What, Celtics and Nuggets?
Yeah. Can we get the Celtics Nugs?
So Knicks.
Oh, I forgot about the Knicks.
Knicks might play the Celtics to start everything off.
Okay. So let's
Bucks,
take
Heat. Sixers might be off. We always talk about the Sixers. They might be off. I think that'd be a gamble to throw the Heat on there. Now, if the Heat get Dame Lillard, they're going to be on Christmas.
Bucks, Heat. Okay,
so at that point,
Celtics,
that's like 12 o'clock. So now we're getting to 2 o'clock our time, and you start to bring in some of these West Coast teams, and I think that might be where you put the.
I think
you might go Nuggets. You might go Nuggets Lakers, or you might go Nuggets Suns. They played a good Christmas Day game last year.
Okay, so I'm going to say Lakers Mavs. I'm going to stick with that. I don't know why. I'm going to say Warriors Suns. Same thing Matt was saying because of the Chris Paul situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Celtics Knicks, Bucks Heat, Nuggets. You know what I'm going to do there? They're Nuggets Philly. So we see Embiid versus Jokic. So no, I do not think the Kings get a Christmas Day game.
I don't think Philly gets on there.
You don't think Philly gets on? They have the reigning MVP.
I think Ham might be right. I was against. I thought the Kings were going to get a game, but the way Ham broke that down.
Well, he said Dallas. I mean, Dallas is the team that should not be on there.
See, they shouldn't, but like we saw last season, they had Luka Doncic, NBA, on their MVP ladder all last season. Like the NBA loves the Mavs.
They love the Mavs. They love Luka. I don't think they get on Christmas Day.
I don't know. We'll see. And plus, I think you can just Memphis is clearly not going to be
Memphis isn't on there. Is there anybody we're missing that could be on there, should be on there that
Clippers?
Isn't? I don't think they'll go back to the Clippers again.
Oh.
I don't think they'll go back to the Clippers in the Eastern Conference.
No, I don't think so. You're not going to give San Antonio a game.
They might give I would see them giving San Antonio a game before Dallas.
I don't think so.
Play San Antonio on the last game of the night against Denver.
It's just me or the Eastern Conference get bad again. Like I'm looking. The conference is solid. There's quite a few bad teams. I don't know. Washington's bad.
Washington's bad. Detroit's bad.
Toronto's not great. Orlando still hasn't figured themselves out yet. Atlanta's
Orlando
hit
might
and
be all
miss.
right, though. Orlando might be all right.
I don't know. Chicago, Charlotte, Detroit. I don't know.
I think they got like 7 quote unquote bad teams compared to the West 5.
Yeah, like Minnesota's not getting a game. I don't think the Pelicans are getting a game. Again, Memphis isn't getting a game because of their off-court stuff.
Is Ja even going to be back at that? Is that 25
No.
games in?
I don't think so.
That might be about 30 games in, actually.
Hmm.
He might be back, but they're not going to be like, yeah, Ja, he's returned from being suspended for branding a gun. Like that's not how they're going to promote their Christmas Day game. So I agree with you. They're not going to be there. Jordan Meek says, I can see them trying Brooklyn. I don't think Brooklyn has enough star power right now.
Memphis actually played their 25th game December 7th last year, so John might be back.
He'll be back, but I don't think they'll.
They're not going to highlight him
That-
coming back.
They're going to be like, well, the Memphis Grizzlies are whatever and whatever because John Morant missed the first 25 games due to branding a gun on IG. Like that's Memphis ain't. They're not in there.
Their promos is like him waving the gun, like he's back. Like, oh no, oh no.
The wild cards to me are Dallas, Miami, Philly, and the Kings.
Miami's always on.
Miami has to be. They're in the finals.
Yeah.
They have to be on
No,
Christmas.
Yeah.
no.
It's going to come down to the Kings
If
and
Miami,
Mavs.
no, hell no. If Miami does not get Dame Lillard, no,
They were in the finals. They'll
I-
be there. They'll
I
be
don't
there.
care.
They'll be there. I'm just telling you, they'll be there.
I don't care. Who was in the finals? Boston was in the finals before the Warriors. Who was in the year before that? Phoenix and Milwaukee. The year before that, Lakers and Miami.
Did
I
they
don't know if
put-
Miami got it. I don't know if they got a game that year.
Did they put Toronto on Christmas the year after they made it?
Mm,
Well,
Probably.
Kawhi was
no
gone
Kawhi,
though. Yeah,
yeah.
so
They
wouldn't.
might have put him on. They might have put them on there.
I
But
don't know, but they had lost Kawhi, so
I don't know if Miami got it the year after they played the Lakers. I don't know about that. Let's think about it. I'm going to look at that. While we do that, Daniel is on the line. He wants to talk Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Daniel, what's going on, man?
KC, Ham, you're doing a great job filling in.
Thank you, brother. Well, he said that to him. I said thank you. But
Thank you.
it's whatever.
Hey, I'm hearing more content, guys, online. They're explaining the 49ers quarterback situation more the way I feel. I feel like we have 3 mediocre quarterbacks, and I think that's why we're not going to win a Super Bowl. I don't care who's in there, Trey, Darnold, Purdy. I don't think they're good enough to get us to a Super Bowl. I think you got to. I agree with something I heard online too. You got to at least have a top 10 quarterback in order to win a Super Bowl.
Was Nick Foles? Hold on, I'll stop you
where
there.
do you
Was
put
Nick
that
Foles?
Purdy at?
Hold on. Was Nick Foles a top 10 quarterback?
What does that mean?
He won a Super Bowl. You said you have to have a top 10 quarterback to win a Super Bowl. Was Nick Foles a top 10 quarterback?
no.
No.
Okay, well, that's not true then. That's a false statement. Now, you can say that's an outlier. You can say that's the exception and not the rule, and I can understand that, but you can't say that it didn't happen.
Wait a minute. What's the most important position in sports?
Probably quarterback.
Exactly. And what's the least valued position on the 49ers?
What do you mean value?
Quarterback.
Well, how would you?
Quarterback.
What do you mean they don't?
They put no value.
Daniel, you said they don't value the quarterback?
No, I don't think they do at all. I don't think Shanahan values the quarterback position at all.
He
I don't think
traded
he values them.
everything for the 3rd pick in the draft. He did. He traded everything for the 3rd pick to get to draft Trey Lance.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. If you want to say he doesn't value something, you can say the running back position because you rush to
Yeah.
those guys like it's nothing. But I mean, look, I'm not here to say Daniel is wrong when he says they have mediocre quarterback play. They can't win a Super Bowl because I'm not here to say he's wrong. I'm also not here to say he's right. I don't, if you want to say Brock Purdy isn't that guy, isn't good enough, can't win enough games to have this team be a Super Bowl contender, then you're just disregarding what you've seen from him. Now you can say that's only 8 games. I don't know if that's who Brock Purdy is forever. I don't know that. But what we've seen is he's a winning quarterback in 8 games.
I agree. Like, I mean, guys have to be given a shot to show that they can be the quarterback that you think they can be. I mean, I think we all think that, at least I think that Brock Purdy could easily, with this offense, he could easily throw for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. Like, what does that mean in the NFL right now? Well, that's middle of the road.
They put up 34 points a game when he came in.
I just know, like, I think it was 2 years ago, the Niners were one of the final 8 teams, right? And they flash up like the teams, and you looked at every team that they were up against, and there was one that the quarterback wasn't as good, that wasn't better, and I think it was Ryan Tannehill, right? So it's like when you get to the final 8, it's usually Patrick Mahomes. It's, again, even that season, it was Matthew Stafford, I think, who was really, really good that year. But you're looking at Joe Burrow, you're looking at Josh Allen, you're looking at like the quarterbacks that they were going up against. There was no question that Jimmy Garoppolo was like the 7th best quarterback of the group. So, like, does that mean that you're going to lose? I don't know. It might mean that you're not going to win. I mean, it's possible, but getting to the Super Bowl is actually a tremendous feat.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
like, I mean, I think that Brock Purdy, like, can he be a game manager that gets you to the Super Bowl? Yes.
I'm gonna tell you right now. We can bookmark it. We need to start doing the thing. We're gonna steal the bit from inside the NBA. Put this on a sticky, Jesse. The 49ers will average 30 points a game with Brock Purdy under center this year. They will average 30 points a game. He's a top 5 quarterback. It's going to have everybody. We don't know. We don't know who he is. We don't know. He could be a fast. I'm telling you right now, on August 10th, the Niners will average 30 points a game with Brock Purdy under center. Bottom line, you heard it here first. We'll talk more. Our main man, Sean Cunningham from
Fox 40.
He's going to be joining the show. On the other side is James Ham, Kenny Caraway, D-Lo, and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
The Heat did not play on Christmas Day after the 2020 finals, but I think the
Raptors did.
I don't know if the Raptors. I got to check 2020, but the Nets were in there that year, 2021. I think that's when they had Katie and Kyrie. Those guys.
I gotta get my Sky River stuff in too. Not hardly can. Okay. Look, I didn't put it on wax, Ramsey. I didn't say what it's gonna be.
It's in the notes app, so it's there.
It's in the notes apps. Let's go. Did they this top 100 is up here right now. Did they put they didn't no, I think he's like 4. I was about to say they didn't put Parsons ahead of Nick Bosa, did they?
I'm not sure.
Michael Parsons is a bad boy though. He is a bad dude.
Yeah, Michael Parsons is really good. And you know that's Avery's cousin, right?
Avery who?
Jacobs?
Oh, really?
Kings?
Wow.
Yeah, that's his first cousin.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Parsons is a bad dude. That's why Errol Spence lost, though, because Michael Parsons was going for him.
Spence lost because he got punched in the face.
Yeah, guys like the Cowboys and Michael Parsons going for him. If you would have been a Niners fan, maybe things would be different.
Yeah, see, like I just looked up and I saw Cousins, right? Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
There's, in my opinion, Brock Purdy can be easily as good as Kirk Cousins. You got to look at what Shanahan's offense and what his quarterbacks have done over the course of time. And, like, I think that he can handle this. Like, I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think he's good, man. I think Brock Purdy is good. I saw enough from him to think he's a good quarterback.
Kirk doesn't have a contract. If Brock and Trey flop, are we taking Kirk next season?
Yeah,
I hate that rumor.
That's the other thing I was about to yell at people about. We've been hearing that for 3 years. Gonna piss me off.
It's finally gonna happen. Finally.
That's crazy.
Lisa, I know Jesse already told you, but hit us back a little later, bro. After Sean, man, we'll get you on.
Okay, so I'm just looking. So Brock Purdy, I mean, how many? He started 5 games. How many? He played in 9 though. Like, how many games did he?
He started all. all 9.
No, I
He
haven't
started
heard-
5, I think, in the regular season. He came in after Garoppolo in the Miami game, and then he started the 2 in the playoffs.
Yeah, he
So it's
started
like 8 games, I think,
Yeah,
around there.
8 games. Yeah,
in
and he
yeah,
started the Eagles game.
but in the regular season last year, he started 5 games.
Mhm. Yeah, it started 5, and then the 3 playoff games. So that's 8.
Yeah.
Once again, started the Eagles game.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I'm gonna look at his game logs.
I'm
I'm always going to be sour about that Dolphins-Niners game. Like always. Like my fan wants to go to the Chargers game. They play the Chargers week 1. I was like, I don't even want to go.
Nah, you need to make that move, bro. That one's gonna be lit. And SoFi, like I said, I was just blown away by SoFi Stadium. And I didn't even go up to the stadium. I was just driving down what street is that? Is that Manchester? Or whatever. I was just driving down the street and I was like, oh my gosh, that place looks sick.
Okay, so 3893. I'm just doing some quick math to see what he projected as. 13 divided by 6 equals times 17. Yeah.
Oh my mama.
So if he played a standard, like if we prorate his stats that he really played,
Mhm.
he would have posted 3,893 yards and 37 touchdowns. Like that's what he paced for. So I think people are probably playing a little light on him here.
I think so too. I think he's going to have close to 30 touchdowns this year.
I don't think it would be difficult for him to throw 30 touchdowns at all because that offense is so good. And Ayuk and Kittle and Samuel, they're all so like he has so much talent around him. Even Juwan Jennings, like that touchdown machine right there.
Yeah.
It's a big target.
Ramsey, what I'm going to tell you is when Brock Purdy entered the building. Oh, okay. Back here on D-Lo and KC, James Ham rocking with me. In just a few minutes, we'll have Fox 40s. Sean Cunningham pulling up on us, man. We'll talk everything with Sean. Sean is everywhere. You ain't never there. Okay, that's what all the people say. Real quick, Ham, can I get some birthday air horns? Happy birthday to my little cousin Brittany.
Nice.
Big ups to her. August 10th, always Brittany Day. So shout out to her. Happy birthday. More air horns. But yeah, man, we were talking about Brock Purdy during the break a little bit, and you did some research on his numbers, and everybody's like, yo, he's not going to be a lead and all this other stuff. And you did the numbers, Ham. I mean, he played 8 games last year, started the last 5 games of the regular season, started the 3 games in the playoffs, although the 3rd game he didn't play basically, but he gets credit for starting that. And I was saying when he came in last year, they averaged 34.5 points per game, I think the number is. And you kind of prorated what he would do over a 17-game season with the numbers that he put up while he was starting. And it sounds like a Super Bowl capable quarterback to me.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 3,893 yards and 37 touchdowns. I think the touchdown number is a little high, but I also like their offense and like their red zone scoring. McCaffrey's going to take a bunch of touchdowns, but at the same time, I don't know. McCaffrey does a bunch out of the backfield too. He scores a lot out of the backfield.
He throws.
Yeah.
He throws out of the backfield, throws for touchdowns.
Yeah, but like my projection for him, like if I was doing an honest projection, I would put him right around 4,200 yards and right around 30, 33 touchdowns. Like if I'm doing fantasy football projections, and I'm talking regular season, I prorated his regular season numbers, not his postseason numbers. And that's what we're coming up with. And I think it's a large enough sample size that you can look at it and say, okay, that makes sense. There isn't any like crazy outliers there.
No.
I don't think there was like a 5 touchdown game. So yeah, like
that offense is crazy.
Yeah, he's got potential because the offense is so great. And like, look at his touchdowns. These are things that I like, especially when I'm looking at fantasy football, right? So if we shift like a little bit, if I'm going to compare like two players, first of all, you always look at what they do the last 6 weeks of the season to see if they're all of a sudden finding a new role and starting to excel. You look at the players that may have got hurt that allowed them to do that or whatever, but you always want to look at the last 6 weeks to say, okay, who are they? But then I really want to look at their game logs, because Brock Purdy, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns. So he was consistent the whole time as a starter. He wasn't out there having one game that looks crazy. He didn't have the the 4 touchdown receiving game that skews your stats and you got 7 touchdowns, but 4 of them came in one game. That's not a valuable player for fantasy football. If you want to be consistent, you want to win, you draft guys that score 1-2 touchdowns every week, have a couple of weeks where they don't score, but for the most part, their touchdowns aren't predicated on some abnormal week that doesn't make any sense, or 3 abnormal weeks and then a bunch of bad weeks. So Brock Purdy is, for me, like super consistent. Like, we're looking at 200 yards and 2 touchdowns almost every single week. And that's really good. I mean, that's he's got another rushing touchdown thrown in there. Okay. I mean, I have him at like 240 yards rushing, maybe 3 touchdowns.
That's a champion talking to you. You guys need to listen to a champion. Another champion from Fox 40 is my main man, Sean Cunningham, as he pulls up on D-Lo and Casey right now with James Ham. Sean, are you a fantasy football player? I don't think he is. I'm just going to guess. I don't think Sean is a fantasy football guy.
Now, why would you say that?
Because Sean, he comes off like, I don't have time for fantasy football. Like, I don't have time for fake football. I don't.
I am a fantasy football player. I would say my last 2 or 3 years of playing have been among my worst, and I feel more and more removed from the game. But last year, I did okay, I guess. I didn't make a lot of moves, but I also, because of the transition of going from one station where on Sundays, as much as I love football, we didn't really cover much football because, you got to be at the station on Sundays and there's so much to do, to where I'm at now, where all of a sudden you're covering the 49ers every single week. And that kind of brought me back into the fray of football again. So I don't know. I was thinking about this because I got that little reminder that everybody gets right around this time about signing up for fantasy football leagues. And I'm very much on the fence about it because while I did pretty well last year, I didn't really enjoy it as much as I thought I might. So I don't know. Maybe I need a new league.
You guys know, I'll always tell you when I'm good at something. Like, I'm good. I can do this. I'm good. I'm all this other stuff. I can do that because I'll tell you when I'm bad at something. I'm a terrible fantasy football player. Terrible, horrible. And I already know what my flaw is, and it's not going to change. I'm not going to change it, so I'm going to continue to stink probably, or wish upon a star. And my flaw is
you only draft Niners.
Not even that. Not even that. I do have my fair share of Niners on the team. But my flaw is I ain't drafting no Seahawks. I'm not drafting no Rams. I'm not drafting no Packers. I'm not drafting no Cowboys. And this year, I'm probably not drafting no Eagles. So if we're on the draft process and I don't know, player X for the Seahawks is on the top of the draft board, but player B for the Bengals is like an overall 4 less rating or something like that, I'm taking a guy for the Bengals all day, every day. You won't find me rooting for, hey, Geno, I hope you throw another touchdown pass. Man, please, Geno, stink. That's what I need you to do. So I no, that's where I always fail.
But are you having fun? Because I know a guy who literally, I mean, it's consistently never makes the playoffs, but he loves it. He's on it all the time. He loves it. And in fairness, he's in like 3 leagues, and I think he may have won a couple times, but he's consistently bad, at least in our league. And it's probably one of the most competitive ones. So if you're having fun, sure, go for it.
Oh, no,
right?
I'm in 2 leagues. I'm in one with my my soon-to-be wife, her family. They have a big fantasy football. I get in that. It's fun. Once again, I don't ever really win, but it's cool. You know, it's a connection with them. And then I was debating about this. Probably going to have to get in the company one again. Because how's the only sports show here not going to – because Damien sure as hell ain't doing it. So how's the sports show going to not have anybody in the fantasy football league? So I'll probably be in 2 again.
This will be my 34th year, I think, playing fantasy football. So I'll tell you, for those out there, like I get it, Sean. Like you start to lose the love of it at a certain point. Like I found that the best thing for me was, I think my son was 14 or 15. I said, hey, you want to share my team with me? So I've been in a league forever. The league is like 31, 32 years old. The league is so old, we've actually lost 2 players that have perished.
Damn.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you have a league that's that long, you know, how many divorces have happened during the league? I mean, like how many kids have been born during the league? But when I brought my son in, and we have the best time, like it has been such a huge bonding thing for us. And we talk so much trash. And, you know, we show up to the draft wearing Mahomes jerseys because we keep Mahomes every year. And we've got championship rings that we wear, that we buy, that we wear. And it's been a big thing. And Sean was there for like my worst defeat in the history.
That was rough.
It was rough. We had a game during the bubble, right? Like, well, not during the bubble, during the season where we had no fans.
Yeah.
And we were up, man, I want to say 90 points in a standard football league going into the Sunday night, Monday night game. And I can't remember who the receiver was on Sunday night, scored 4 or 5 touchdowns.
Damn.
And then Josh Allen came back the next day and beat us, and we lost by 3 points in the Super Bowl. And I remember Sean saying, "Oh man, you got this! Like you're up 90 points." I'm like,
I do that all the time.
Sean.
I thought he was going to go out there and beat the hell out of one of those cardboard fans.
The cardboard fans just take it out, just start throwing
Just
them around,
beat up.
ripping their heads off.
Just go beat up Kyle Draper's cutout for no reason.
Well, he had a reason.
Amazing.
Oh man, Sean, but you know, we can talk everything with Sean Cunningham because, like I said, he's everywhere. You ain't never there. Let's stay with a little football. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about the 49ers and the quarterback situation, Brock Purdy, the QB2, Trey Lance or Sam Darnold, all this other stuff. We'll stay with Brock and the guy that is QB1. Do you feel the same way Kyle Shanahan does, where he said, like, you never hear Kyle Shanahan say this. He was like, nah, Brock's the real deal. Do you think in the 8 games that you saw from Brock Purdy, you kind of feel the same way about him?
I mean, it's hard not to. I mean, because obviously he's put tremendous consistency on paper, regardless of where he was selected, and coming in and filling in admirably. And it's fun to read about. Jimmy Garoppolo today in Vegas as a member of the Raiders say that, shoot, after having that surgery, he would have been able to play had they advanced to the Super Bowl, and that was going to be the plan, that he would be able to step in and play in the Super Bowl with a week off had they actually advanced to the Super Bowl. And I feel like that kid in that meme that you see on TikTok or Instagram after something where he just goes, well, BS, because I don't know that I'm not so sure that Kyle Shanahan would have afforded him that opportunity.
That's
obviously, yeah, you've got some certainly a week to maybe figure that out. And look, I think Brock Purdy has earned the right, given the injury he's faced and coming back from it, and everything is on the up and up. But I will say, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, here's where I deviate from that path. Is I look at it as having a true quarterback competition in camp. And as he says, nothing is etched in stone, right? Mm-hmm. But for me, I'm more in the Trey Lance category, because I feel you've risked so much and you need to know. And coming in, having a full quarterback competition, coming in knowing, look, you're going to know him better than anybody. And I don't think you really need to have the competition in preseason games to figure it out. But put him on the ultimate short leash, and then you go to your GM and say, okay, look, he may have won the opportunity last year. We still don't have enough to where we know about what Trey Lance looks like as a football player. And maybe that's fine. Look, if it's their jobs are on the line, they absolutely have a roster that can compete for a Super Bowl if everything goes right. But the quarterback is such a big part of that. And you know what? Having 4 quarterbacks might be the recipe, because I was in Philadelphia on the field shooting most of that game in the NFC Championship when they lost their quarterbacks. And I'd never seen anything like it. Like, it was literally, you watch a guy go out there and they can't throw. Everyone has to run the ball, and you're just watching the agony on someone like George Kittle's face, where it's, what are we trying to do? And then you've got Christian McCaffrey doing anything and everything just to make something happen when you're already down 30. I mean, it's just a joke. So to see your season end that way, and to know the legacy that you have of quarterbacks over the past really better part of a decade, where quarterback has been the big question mark and health has been the question mark, and you've got all this talent, and this is literally the what or get off the pot year because of all the money that's going to be invested into some of these big players. So I understand why Brock Purdy is your number one guy. I don't know that I would go that path because I still feel like there's you've invested so much, and I don't think Trey Lance is a bad quarterback per se, because I certainly don't know, but I trust their gut, I trust their feeling, and if you're Trey Lance and you're hearing Kyle Shanahan come in and say, Sam Darnold could be Steve Young, or reminds me of Steve Young, it's like, well, great, I'm third now, because no one gets the Steve Young category label as a Hall of Famer, and then all of a sudden you're going to compete for number 2 when Darnold ends up 3. No, you're going to be 3 going into that season.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I think it's all over the board. Sean over there, like, go ahead and put me in. I'm ready. I'm ready to be your 5th string quarterback. I'll put the camera down for a few minutes.
I would have taken that, because that was just nasty. I might have took Sean ahead of Josh Johnson. I might have taken.
That was rough, bro.
Brock is out. Get in there, Sean. No, you hold on, Josh. Brock, Sean's got this.
When you have a Sacramento Mountain Lion at quarterback in the NFC Championship, don't like your chances.
No, man, he was a mountain lion.
Yeah, bro.
Man, I mean, at least he wasn't like a Sacramento Surge.
Oof.
Have been like
Goldberg,
going way back.
50 years old.
That's right. We're gonna have this discussion later this week on the podcast, I'm sure. But and we'll spend an absorbent amount of time on Nerlens Noel once again, because that's what we like to do. But Neemias Queta back in Sacramento. It looks like. We haven't really brought this up on the show yet, but looks like it's a 2-year deal. Second year is non-guaranteed. I'm hearing it might be around 250,000 guaranteed, coming in. But how do you like this 4-headed backup center position, and like, who do you think is going to come out on top here?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Neemias Queta, I'm looking at this going, perfect. This is everything I've wanted. Give me an opportunity to step into training camp and earn a position and earn that. I've got to beat out Nerlens Noel. I like my chances. Granted, he's a veteran in the league, and he's kind of been through the gauntlet of injuries and disappointments, and but he's also, been on a lot of NBA rosters, and he's got that advantage, if you will, over somebody like Queta. But if I'm Queta, I'm like, hey, no, this is my moment. This is where I need to show that I'm worthy of an NBA roster slot. They're investing in me in terms of a standard contract that is, partially guaranteed, as you kind of laid out. But this is all you can ask for if you're him. And if it doesn't work, hopefully you put enough together to where maybe another team will want you. But I think that the Kings did the right move here. I think this is something where, look, Alex Len, we've talked about him on our podcast, James, for over a few years now. And I've always wanted them to be probably better in that category. I think that he's, shown some flashes, and good for him for always being that professional and that vet for staying ready. But fact is, they need to be better. And I think when you group Alex Len and Nerlens Noel in that group, well, hey, Queta, you're the young guy. Go in there and make it fly. And you're coming off a year where you made vast strides in the G League and made an all G League team and was in the G League All-Star game, and you were worthy of all those things. Now it's time to show that you can have a spark or two at the NBA level. And I think this is great for him. And if you ask me who I like in that situation, he's got the continuity. I know Alex Len has the continuity, with guys too, but Nerlens Noel doesn't have that. He has the familiarity with so much of the roster already intact. He's a big body who's capable of running the floor and setting up teammates. So I'd probably bet on Neemias Queta, because Nerlens Noel doesn't really have those moments throughout his career.
I sound like James Ham talking about Davion Mitchell, but I know people don't think I like Neemias Queta. I do. I do like Neemias Queta. I root for Neemias Queta. I don't necessarily believe in Neemias Queta based on what I've seen, in summer league and when he played in the NBA. But I also realize that's a small sample size, and I like that the Kings are doing this. They're giving him everything he needs to be successful. They've invested a lot in his career early on and trying to build him. And this is what you see good franchises do. The Spurs. I was talking about the Spurs. They build their guys. They help foster an environment where they can grow as ball players. And that seems to be what the Kings are doing with Neemias Queta. And I'm okay with that. I'm probably even more okay with that than some partial guarantee or just a camp invite. Because now, there's nothing for him necessarily to worry about outside of be better than Nerlens Noel in camp and do it from day one. So I'm okay with that, and I want to see him succeed. I want to see him take that job. But like I've been saying, there's no time to waste. I think they're betting on the fact that he's going to have that type of approach where I need to come in and show that this was the right decision immediately, and they believe that he's that type of individual. But there's no time to waste, man. I need to see him come out from day one in training camp ready to make it clear I'm better than Nerlens Noel, and I'm probably better than Alex Len. He needs to have that type of urgency.
Can I ask another way, just to piggyback off that? Like, we talk about continuity and familiarity, right? Mike Brown's got to be able to trust a guy. And I know you got a guy coming from the G League, and you're not going to have a ton of faith, but at least he knows. He's seen what 2 summer leagues with Neemias Queta looks like. He knows what G League looks like. He knows what he looks like with his teammates. If you're a head coach like Mike Brown and you're asked to have confidence in someone like Nerlens Noel, who hasn't really shined at any moment really in his career, he's had a lot of setbacks. It's hard to have a trust in that because the idea of Nerlens Noel is fantastic, but the actuality of what he is tougher, right? So I don't know that it really. I mean, Mike Brown is going to play a huge role here, and if you try to put yourself in his shoes and what he's going to be looking for, like Nerlens Noel is known to be a rim protector, or the idea of him is known to be a rim protector, but can he do that consistently enough without hurting the offense or disrupting flow? And honestly, we're talking about a player here, and all 3 of them, that may not play really at all, but need to be capable of stepping in the event of injury or whatever. So, I think it all falls on Mike Brown's shoulders and what he's able to trust. You disagree with that, James?
No, I'm with you. And we discussed this earlier with Sam Darnold versus Trey Lance. Like the deal with Trey Lance is that he's got 8 games of NFL experience, but only 4 starts. And then you can say the same thing about Queta. Queta doesn't have the experience, but what Nerlens Noel does have the experience, but you know who he is. And the same thing with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's just not very good. I mean, like, he's had opportunities, he's had some success, but realistically, he's not very good. And I think we can kind of put the idea of Nerlens Noel, like the box score, the per 36 minute Nerlens Noel is great, but he just hasn't been healthy. He hasn't been able to cement himself in the league. He's on his 7th team in like 9 seasons. So yeah, there's a lot to him that just doesn't make any sense because he hasn't proven that he can do it. Now, again, Queta hasn't either. But I like what the Kings have done here, where they invested in him twice in G League and 2-way contracts in Neemias. Then they get to a point where they can't do that. I mean, they could have asked him to do it again, but I don't think he wanted to be a 2-way again. But they're making him earn it. They're saying, like, look, we got a 2-year deal here. If you work this thing out, you got 2 years in the league, and hopefully you can grow from there, and we will still have like restricted free agent rights and stuff like that. But you got to show us that you can do it. And if he can't, they have all these other players that are ready to do it. But the first step is we put competition out there. Go show us you can beat up Nerlens Noel in camp. Go show us that you can do that. And if you can, we'll keep you. And if you can't, we got to do what's right for us. And, the Kings have done this with Chimezie Metu, and it worked out. They did it with Damian Jones, and it worked out. They gave him these 2-year deals that are mostly non-guaranteed, and it's worked out in the past. So I think this is again, a low risk, high reward play for them. Worst case scenario, he could be your fourth center. You could send him down to the G League a whole bunch during the season. You can still do that. But I think you've invested in him. And the other thing is, you're showing players in your system that there is a possibility for you to make the main club. That there is a way for you to fight your way. So Keon Ellis or Jalen Slauson or whoever it might be, all those other kids that are down there, there is a pathway here for you to get to the big club if you do the right things and if you show up and you play and you improve and you do what we're asking.
You mentioned the name right there. Can I see him at least play like Damian Jones? I like Damian Jones' time here with the Kings. Obviously, they weren't a winning team, but I like the way he played when he was there. Can Neemias Queta at least give me Damian Jones productivity?
Damian Jones is who Nerlens Noel thinks he is.
Oh, wow.
I mean, give me Damian Jones. Like, if you would have brought Damian Jones in and said, okay, Neemias Queta, you got to compete with Damian Jones, I've been like,
I don't know if we're going to win that battle.
Sorry, man, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you want the rim runner, you want the guy who, like, plays defense and goes up and hammers the ball down when you need him to. It's really just Damian. He stays healthy. He goes out. He's a good kid. He's fighting the good fight. Super smart. Super smart. I think he has a master's in some crazy type of engineering. Like he's a bright dude. So yeah, but that's not what we're talking. We're talking about a flyer on Nerlens Noel and a flyer on Neemias Queta, and like whoever wins it.
First you get your masters, then you get your masters. Sean knows what that song.
I know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I think this whole competition, if you will, is going to be healthy. I think it's going to be good for really Neemias Queta. And again, he has to look at the not only the competition and the opportunity. He has to look at this as a huge step in his journey, because it's bigger than the Kings. It could turn into potentially something else. You know, like you mentioned, James, is a business. They're going to do what's right for them always. And he could go out there and he could beat out Nerlens Noel. He could earn a roster spot and find himself, you know, out of a job later on in the season. Because it all has to. These are those new contracts. These are those NFL contracts. You know, yes, you have some guaranteed money, but you need to go out and earn it. And I'm interested to see what it is, because honestly, he has a lot of room to still grow, and there's some things to like, but there's a lot of mechanical things that still are part of his game. And I think he's done everything that has been asked of him. It's just now, is he an NBA player or not? And this is that next hurdle.
And I want to throw, like, in a perfect world, like what would happen here is that somehow Queta beats out Nerlens Noel, but they're able to buy one more development year with Alex Len and Queta there, where, you know, if they put Queta in, they give him some shot, and he's close, but he's not quite there yet. And you're a good team, but then you keep feeding him little minutes here and there when you can. And you have Alex Len there in case of an emergency. That's like the best possible situation here, where you're giving a kid one more year to figure it out. And if he doesn't, it's okay. But what he did in the G League last year is nuts. Yeah. What I want to see from him, and I'm sure Sean feels the same way, we need that fourth quarter when you dominated, that fourth quarter when he was so good at Summer League, and you was like, what in the world is happening? He slings a pass to the corner from like 40 yards away and hits a guy for a wide open three, like everything. All they're doing is raving about him on the broadcast. He needs to be that player from the moment he steps on the floor. There is no getting comfortable. There is no waiting around. You step on the floor and you be that player, or you're probably going to be looking for another job in a couple of weeks. Yeah. That's the way it goes.
For sure. Box 40s, Sean Cunningham rocking with us today. Sean, you were out on the golf course with Malik Monk, Keegan Murray the other day. I first want to say, I mean, just everything he does. That's my guy, Malik Monk. That's my guy. But I definitely want to golf with Malik Monk. I definitely want to golf with Malik. He seemed like that's my type of golf partner. I don't need anybody that's overly good, because then I'll be like, damn, I'm sorry. Like, I ain't no good. I need somebody that's going to, what they say, cut up the grass or whatever, like the chop up the dirt or something like that. I need somebody like that to play golf with like Malik Monk. Looked like he was. I don't know what he ultimately ended up doing, but the little clips that I saw, he looks like he's just as good as I am at golf, and I'm not very good. But that's who I need to be playing with. We'd have a good time out there on the golf course.
That's exactly the thing that stood out to me. I was like, okay, we can play. Keegan, you're far too good. Get him in the fairway a little bit. He has some moments, but yeah, I looked at Malik's game. I said, okay, now, I look at a lot of these courses I am, lucky enough to be able to go and get to play at. And I'm like, man, I usually get kicked out of places like this because of the way I'm hacking up a course or, but yeah, Kenny, you, me, Malik, and we'll find one other bad. James probably, his back probably won't allow him to play golf these days. So
I can drive and I can drink.
there
So
you go.
like on the golf course, on the golf course. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I can
Yeah.
handle that. So someone can ride with me.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun, man. Like to see those guys like in a different light, see Malik in a different light, and everyone sees how joyful and infectious that personality is, and to see on the court and to see him bring that to a golf setting was just really, really, really fun. Like he's a fun dude to be around, and I think it was a really awesome pairing with the two of them to do something off the court together and build a little chemistry. And I know that there's not a lot of guys on the team that play golf, but they've got a group, man. Like that, Kevin Herter is just as much a part of that. And to see Keegan come right out of Team USA basketball camp in Vegas and with the select team and step onto the course and do it for a really good cause with Midtown Church and some of the stuff they're trying to do for educational opportunities is a lot of fun. And yeah, man, it was to see those guys, like Malik's playing the part, man. He gets up there, hits a drive, stares at it. If he duffs a shot and hits more ground than he does ball, he's staring at the ground, looking at the what happened. Like that couldn't have just happened. Then he's got his rangefinder, and so I will say this: he always had the distance down, but he's like me. He was good for one every now and then, and then I think you get through enough holes, and it's like, all right, time to. We know what this is. It's now time to find the cart, the beverage cart, and make it a true day. But I'll tell you, man, we're blessed with some great weather right now because I think it's absolutely awesome. Yet that day was an absolute scorcher. It was so hot. So, and I like hot weather. As people know, listen to the podcast. But once you get over 100, I start complaining. So I loved it. It was fantastic.
Hey fellas. I know it's not time yet, and there will be time or whatever the case may be. Come on, man. Malik Monk got to stay here for X amount of years.
Oh,
Malik's my guy. He got to be like Bobby Jackson, like how they got Bobby, and he was here for 4 or 5 years. Malik, you know how I am. You guys know how I get. Malik might just finish his whole career here. Just don't ever leave. I'll be upset the day Malik Monk is gone. I don't care how old he is.
They've got an opportunity to keep him. I'm not concerned with that. A lot of people are concerned, especially with the Sabonis extension and stuff. But they have like early bird rights to him. They can pay him up to like $17 million a year to start. Like he can get a really nice contract here if that's what the team decides to do and what he decides to do, and if he wants to stay here. I'm going to guess his ties to De'Aaron Fox makes him stay. But Sean, I want to ask you, did you guys get to talk to Keegan at all about his experience at Team USA? And I'm sure he gave you like a riveting comment. It's probably just spectacular television, but like what did Keegan have to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, he's appreciative of the opportunity and to be around those guys. And I think it bodes well for him, knowing that FIBA is this year, Olympics is next year, and to get his foot into that selection pool to be able to elevate possibly in the future, as long as he shows, I think he realizes that as long as he shows the commitment to wanting to do it, that oftentimes if the play is what it is, it'll be rewarded. So with him, I mean, from the international game, he fits. He checks a big box for them. I mean, the perimeter shooting at that size, being able to put the to be able to handle the ball a little bit. I mean, there's not a lot of ISO or one-on-one stuff. He's. I know people really reacted to a clip of him showing how quickly he can get the ball off. He talked a lot about that, and I think just as how much he's built himself up. I mean, I think we were talking about 8 pounds in just a a couple of months of muscle, he looks even more toned for sure than what we saw him at Summer League, and it's not that long ago. He's on the right path. He's definitely adding to his body. He looks like a more. It's almost like watching, like, in a weird way, like Steph Curry when he came into the league, and to see where Steph Curry is, maybe not 3 years later, because I think with Steph, because of injuries, it took a little bit of time. But you get to that moment where you're looking at Steph and you're just like, my goodness, you don't look anything like you did when you came into the league. His upper body is so much. It's more toned. It's more. He looks like a professional athlete, as opposed to that kid that just kind of had these long arms and big shoulders and didn't have a lot of definition in there. So I know that's what a lot of the team has wanted him to focus on. And in terms of him making that international play, I mean, he's looking around about a bunch of guys that are in his range. I mean, certainly if the Olympic team is what it is next year, that if Kevin Durant wants to play, he's going to make that. He'll probably make that team. If Draymond Green wants to play, they'll make that team, I would imagine. But setting himself up to where he can be part of the international squad in years to come, I think, is what it was all about, so long as he wants to do it. And he says he does.
Sean, when people like jump off the deep end, jump out the window, and some people accuse me of doing that sometime with predictions and the teams that I root for and all this other stuff. Sean is usually the one, like, he's immersed in reality. Like, yeah, all right, just relax. Like, this is what's probably going to happen, whatever the case may be. I know you've heard a lot of chatter about Keegan Murray this summer and what he could be and what the jump could be. Are you in the same boat as a lot of other people who are like, oh, he can make a crazy jump in the second season? Or do you just think it's going to be a modest, like, 1 or 2 point per game type jump, and he'll get better, kind of along the way, as opposed to this huge jump from rookie season to second season?
To me, that's still a hard one to answer. I felt that if they had lost Harrison Barnes, that with the addition of Sasha and having Keegan already good enough to step into that type of role, be it as a starter or a reserve, and obviously he was a starter for damn near the whole season last year, shows the confidence that they already have in him, and the trajectory that they're talking about, and you hear people rave about him even within those walls. It makes you believe based on people you trust and their read of talent. But my only thing is, I think from the offensive side of things, I would like to see, how he's able to put the ball on the floor and in the NBA game get past an opponent. I don't think, seeing that in Summer League, I'm one of the people that just doesn't react to anything you see in Summer League, because it's such haphazard basketball. The talent level is not what the NBA is. And frankly, he didn't need Summer League. But I will say it went about as good as it could have gone, because everyone is just through the roof in talking about what he can be and what his future looks like. And obviously his temperament is what it is. He's the ultimate team guy. I think there's a want for him to possibly be a little more selfish and show that he can be a guy who can, shoot over people, use his size, shoot over people, take people off the dribble. And if he can do that, yeah, buckle up. It could be a really fun ride for him as a Sacramento King. But I don't know that to me, I don't think it matters like what the huge step forward he takes. But I think when you play with someone like Domantas Sabonis, he's going to find you, especially when you can shoot the way you can. And even if he doesn't develop into right away into that guy who can, take a guy off the dribble and get into the lane, get to the free throw line, and do some of those things that they'd maybe like to see down the road. Even if it doesn't happen in this next year, as long as it's still kind of trending that way, or if he can have he can duplicate what he did last year. I think his rookie year was so valuable. And if he can even just do what he did last year, it will equate to winning. It'll help his development, and that you can look at it and say, okay, great. What's the step forward in year 3 and 4? So, you don't go to year 2 and all of a sudden look like you're an all-star, but so I think I'm a little more cautious there, but there's a lot to like. And I think putting him around different work ethics, people he works with, not only in the off season, but having that connection to USA basketball can go a long way, because there's a lot of people within that system that can really help development. And you saw it with people like DeMarcus Cousins. You saw it with people like Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond Green. So I think USA basketball is an invaluable resource for a young budding player.
Wow. See, I got an opportunity to be on the Kings beat just now. You know what I'm saying? I feel good. I feel good, man. I got an opportunity that, I feel like I'm doing things out here. I get to be on the Kings beat, man. Sean, I know you're a busy guy. I appreciate you carving out some time to come rap with us for a little bit, man.
No problem. I'm actually, for the next 2-3 days, I'm doing something I absolutely despise. I'm going camping. But it's a camping trip I will never miss because of the fun that is had in that camping trip. And I'm going to be out of cell service for 2 days. So
are you camping or are you glamping? Ain't that what they call it?
I call hotels camping. So technically this will be glamping because one of our buddies does have an RV. I have historically slept in my car because I can just make that work. and I will not be in a tent in my life ever again. I'm just not doing that.
Do you have a candle lit right now? Do you have a candle lit?
Come on, man. Absolutely. I always have the candle. Oh, the wax got it, and I just doused it.
He be on his Drake, boy. He be setting the mood everywhere. That's what I'm talking about. Man. Appreciate you, Sean. Enjoy your glamping, and
yes, man,
we'll see you when you get back in town, man. Appreciate you, bro.
See you, buddy.
Anytime, guys. See you guys.
Sean Cunningham of Fox 40 rocking with us today, man. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I had something that I wanted to talk about, but something else just came across my wire. I have to see what's going on here, and we may have to talk about this. This sounds hilarious. I've got to see. I'll tell you guys what it's all about on the other side. James Ham is with me. Kenny Caraway's here. D-Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino with 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from. Sky River Casino has something for everyone, from casual quick bites in the market at Sky River to fine dining at my personal favorite, SR Prime or Dragon Bow. You can get whatever you want at Sky River. That's the whole point of all this. They got everything you need, everything you want. Go to Sky River Casino, eat good, win some money. When you do, I need to get a couple dollars because I sent you there. So when you win in the blackjack table, wherever you're playing, I get a couple dollars. But other than that, go enjoy the food. Go have a good time. Sky River Casino is the place to be. And we'll be right back on D-Lo and KC. There we go.
Thanks for jumping in, Sean.
Yeah, I haven't been camping in I don't know how long.
Dude, camping sucks.
When I was a kid, we camped everywhere, and not with this back. My boys have never experienced the camping experience. Well, I mean, a little bits here and there, but like I camped every summer. One time we drove all the way to Vancouver and camped the whole way. We had a camper, and then me and my brother would have to set up a tent everywhere. And yeah, it was not good. No, not for me. The RV aspect of it, as long as you can have a bathroom and a shower and cleanliness. Come on, man. Cleanliness.
That's why it's like you can go if you do it one day, maybe 2 at most. Okay, but yeah, I'm not doing that.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, hit me up. We figure out when we're podding.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys later, Casey.
What I'm laughing to, I'll tell these guys too, is do you guys see Paul George and Devin Booker going back and forth?
Mm.
And
yeah, it's fantastic.
Paul George responded on his Twitch stream while he's playing Call of Duty. And it was just simple. He was just like, yeah, I don't know what he talking about, man. That was a sorry ass response. But this year I'm gonna be on my bully shit this year. We're gonna see what's happening. All these dudes I love NBA players. They're hilarious.
Awesome.
We need that. That's what we need in the offseason too. Just build up the storylines.
On your Call of Duty Twitch stream. This is great stuff.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself on that playing Call of Duty there, Paul George.
Appreciate you again.
Later, guys. See you, man.
That is fun. I'm a fan.
Sweet.
I don't really care. That's Clay's answer. You know what I mean? That's Clay's answer.
Why was Devin Booker in his feelings about it?
I don't know.
I don't know what that was supposed to mean.
David Jackson wants a recap in 10 words or less.
Matt George and Sean Cunningham.
Matt George, Sean Cunningham, Nemias Queta, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance.
There we go. Christmas Day.
Christmas Day.
Well, that might have been more than 10 words. Sorry.
Christmas.
What's that from?
That is from Better Off Dead.
Oof, that's deep in the weeds for me.
Better Off Dead is one of the great movies of all time. $2.
King's Twitter's gonna blow up if the Mavs get a Christmas Day game and they know.
And I'll be leading the charge.
I will be quietly celebrating.
with the,
James gonna be sitting there. I told all of you.
with the tiki torch. I'll be like the Simpsons.
I love Christmas.
To the X.
Like maybe if they do a road game on Christmas Day, that would be like where I just don't have to go. But I'm a big Christmas guy.
Nah. Okay. Yeah. Case of the X. It's a classic by Maya, the legend that is Maya. D-Lo and Casey, ESPN 1320. James Ham rocking with me now. I did tease that I might have to play something. I'm not gonna play it. It's kind of choppy audio. But the thing was, Paul George had Klay Thompson on his podcast. Well, it aired this week. And I talked about it earlier. Klay was like, yeah, man, I shouldn't have done that. Talking about 4 rings to Devin Booker and going back and forth with Devin Booker. And Klay was like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, that was my bad. Like, just a bad job by me. I got to do better. I was in my feelings, yada, yada, yada. And Devin Booker ended up, for whatever reason, we're trying to figure out why, but for whatever reason, Devin Booker goes to Instagram, like on the clip of that,
the gram,
the gram, and that clip got posted somewhere on the gram, and Devin Booker has the handshake emoji, I think, to Klay Thompson, and then at Paul George and was like, yeah, did you get the response you were looking for? They were like, why is he upset? So then Paul George was on Twitch playing Call of Duty, going live, and he responded to that and said, in essence, he's like, yeah, I don't know what his problem was. That was a weak-ass response. But he said, you know what? I'm going to be back on my bully-ish next year, and we'll see who's tough.
See, when players say stuff like that, like, why weren't you on it last year, Paul? Like, why weren't you on it the year before? Like, why are we doing it this year all of a sudden? Like, now you're going to be on your bully stuff, Paul? Really?
He said, quote, I'm going to be back on my bully-ish next year to see who's tough. I guess, he had a good idea of who was tough before. And then now people talking crazy in the offseason. He want to see who's really tough. Maybe that's what's going on.
Ty Lue talked to him like, hey, guys, we're going to take the regular season serious this year. And Paul was like, yep, we're going to be bullies, guys.
James, I think NBA players are the funniest athletes, unintentionally, of all time. The bickering, the little comments they tend to make, it leads to what we now know as like NBA Twitter. But I think basketball/NBA athletes are hilarious.
I think NBA basketball Twitter is the best. Like, I think why it is that baseball players haven't figured this out, or that NFL players haven't quite figured this out. But I think that what we've seen from NBA Twitter and the way that NBA players have transitioned to partial media members and stuff like that, it's so spectacular because you're getting to see so much more of them, right? And I think NBA players, like over the course of the last, like, say, like 25 years, let's go back to like AI and even Jordan, right? They become so much more than just basketball players. They're cultural icons, they're fashion icons. Like, there's so much more that they have taken. And I think part of it is the way that David Stern set up the league, where it's a star-driven league and stars are out in front, and we're going to push these guys and make them the face of the league, right? But I really think that the other sports have just missed the boat. Like, Major League Baseball has so many restrictions that you're only allowed to post, like, even if you're like a team partner, you're only allowed to post like 2 or 3 like highlights per game. There's like a very strict what you can post. And it's just silly. They've just destroyed who and what they should have been, where I think the NBA has really allowed their players to be out front. They've allowed social media to really take over. They've allowed for these crazy Twitter beefs or like the Dame Lillard, Marvin Bagley, where they're going back and forth with their dropping tracks.
Yeah.
Like, I think we see so much more personality from NBA players than any other sport. And it's great for me.
That's the perfect word. Personality. Like, they just, they're hilarious. I find them absolutely hilarious. And every offseason, they never disappoint. There's always some type of little beef. There's always some type of little comments, and people got their emojis back and forth. They just, even during the season, we talking about off the season. During the season, we have little things that go on throughout the season. I just find, I don't know what it is. Like you said, personality is a perfect word, but I just find basketball players in general, and then you talk about the NBA, I just find these guys unintentionally hilarious. Like, just the way they move, the way they're kind of nonchalant but serious about things. Like, football players, they seem to be always serious, almost. Like, it comes off that way. That's how you got to be wired maybe to play that game. Basketball players, they just kind of mosey around.
It's funny too, because like, football players, for the most part, I mean, they have to stay in at least till their junior year. So they're in a college experience longer. They're older than a lot of NBA prospects when they come out. You have 18-year-old players at the NBA level. I don't know what it is where they feel they have the freedom to talk and to be part of social media in a different way. And some players don't love it. Some players back away from it, or they get too much, they're critiqued too much, and they're like, hey, I'm done with this. But overall, I do enjoy like this side stuff. As long as it's respectful, as long as it's fun, as long as it doesn't involve people holding up guns and pushing cultural things that shouldn't be pushed forward. Like, there's a lot of things there that can happen that go wrong, but overall, I think it's a lot of fun.
I feel like the NFL, like, players try to, but there's just like a culture, and just like it's so frowned upon, like showing your personality and all that. Like, I feel like if, say, some random top NFL player or whatever has like a podcast like Draymond Green, like, they'd be eaten alive on media and stuff like that. Like, I just don't think it wouldn't fly.
Right.
You're also allowed to like run over a dude on the field in the NFL and crush somebody. So if somebody goes out on a pod and starts talking a bunch of mess, there's going to be a reckoning. Like, if you're a wide receiver who has a podcast and then you're going over the middle, oh no.
Who is the last guy that we could think of? Tyreek Hill talks a lot.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill's probably the one who, like, he'd be the top as far as like with the most personality, doing the pod stuff and all
Jalen
that.
Ramsey's good.
I wish Chad Ochocinco had, because he's squirrely. Like, a lot of his stuff is like just wild. Like, he didn't even know how a bank worked. Have you ever seen any of those interviews?
No.
I think a lot of that was on Hard Knocks years ago.
Yeah, he said that he spent like the first 2 years of his career sleeping at the stadium too.
He did, because he was just saving his money.
I love Chad Johnson.
I know someone he was talking to someone about like a hyperbaric chamber that they were using to like heal up faster, and he's like, well, how much does that cost? And they're like $8,000 or something. He's like, well, I don't have that kind of money. They're like, hey, you've never spent any of your money ever. I'm not spending that money.
Yeah, he's notoriously cheap, right? Like, I think one of the things with him is he used to drive the Prius, during his career.
Yeah.
He wasn't, like, he's like, yeah, they bought all these crazy cars and all this other stuff. I'm driving a Prius. He talked about, I think he said this recently. He was like, anytime you ever see me with jewelry, diamonds is not real. Like, the jewelry is fake. He's like, why would I spend that money on that when I could get this and it gives you the same type of look? Like, he said, none of my jewelry is real. Yeah, I think he said maybe his watch is real.
Yeah, so he doesn't get a watch. Just checking the time is free.
Yeah, the Kelsey's pod is good. It's really good. Rob W brings it up. The Kelsey's, they're funny and they go back and forth.
I haven't listened to the Kelsey's pod.
Oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. So yeah, I don't know why we're not seeing more of this and seeing it like translate to other sports. Because
now that you mentioned the Kelseys and stuff, I think it's starting to shift a bit. It's not happening yet fully, but I think now the NFL's starting to loosen up on it a little bit.
Yeah,
but here's a little bit of the difference too. And you talk about culture, Jesse. The thing is, we see the stars of the NBA engaging like this, right? And not that Kelsey and the Kelseys aren't stars. Not that Tyreek isn't a star, or Jalen Ramsey or Chad Ochocinco. They're stars, but you never see the quarterbacks doing this stuff. And
it's
that
weird.
goes to the culture, right? Like
Yeah.
you can see the most important player on an NBA team engaging in an Instagram or having a podcast or something like that. The quarterbacks are like, they're buttoned up there.
That's funny you say that because like if Tua had a podcast, I'm like, why are you podding right now, Tua? We got to get ready for the Bengals this week.
Yeah, right. That'd be the first response.
Yeah, imagine if what's the quarterback for the Cardinals?
Oh, Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray had a pod. They'd be like, "Oh man, all you do is play Call of Duty, and all you do is 2K, and all you do is podcasts."
Can you imagine if Lamar Jackson did what Draymond did?
Oh, no, he wouldn't. See, that's when the media would get him.
Man,
Right.
yeah,
We
he'd
love
have a
that
more
stuff.
difficult time negotiating his own contract.
When in actuality, like I'm not saying they need to go Johnny Manziel and have 0.0 hours on your iPad, but it's like we talk about with basketball and people saying like they shouldn't rap and all this other stuff. Like you can only work on your game and all this for a certain amount of time a day. Like there are
Oh, yeah.
times when you need to unwind or walk away from this. I'm a believer in that at least. Like you need an hour or two a day to walk away for a second. Like don't be so locked in because then you get lost in the fog of everything that's going on. You get what they say diminishing returns to the work you think you're putting in by just I'm sleeping with my playbook right now. Like
Maybe do 10.0 hours instead of 0.0 next time. Though.
Yeah, I'll say though,
0.0 is crazy. You can't do that.
during the season, like even like for my job, like typically like for years, I work between like 60 and 80 hours a week every week without any question, and sometimes more. Like there are days where I leave the house at 9 and I don't get home until 1:30 in the morning. And that happens quite often. You know, like game days are a long day. I got to go to shoot around. I've you know, and you're always on, you know, there's a time where I'm writing 5 stories a day. Like you get to the off season and like there's nothing left of you. It's like 3 weeks. I'm just like over laying there on the couch. My wife is bringing stuff over, making sure that I'm making it through and recovering. So like I like that these guys play hard and that they go out in the off season and they have their other vices and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tough world they live in, and you're always on. There's never an off time. You know, something even sitting here for 4 hours straight.
Right.
We get done with a radio show, man.
I don't want to see a screen. I don't want to talk to anyone.
You don't want to talk to anybody. Like, you know, like a lot of times I'll talk to people on the phone when I'm driving in.
Yeah.
When I'm driving home, no, I got either that or I just have like, it's just silence. I just need silence in the car. Yeah, it's very different.
Our tour of Sacramento news stations continues on the other side as we got Andrew Haubner of CBS 13. He's going to come in. We'll talk about the Republic, and they've made a lot of news quietly in the last 2 weeks or so. We'll talk about them. And then I want to talk to him a little bit about this Pac-12 situation because as you guys see, it is just so upsetting to me. So upsetting. Oh, man. Although there may be a little hope. There may be a little hope. ACC may have played the wrong cards. We'll talk about all that with Andrew Haubner when we come back to D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. There he is.
The Johnny Manziel and Jamarcus Russell stuff. Like Johnny Manziel didn't watch any tape. That had me thinking. There's probably most of the guys that like just don't work in the NFL just probably didn't even put in like the work, the extra work.
That's
I feel
really
like
what it comes down to. And it's not even like they put in a little work and they didn't put in no work. Like you got to do something. You would have done something. Your whole situation would have changed up. Andrew,
what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing, bro? We're in commercial break right now, so.
Oh, dope. I was listening to you guys before jumping on, and I agree on NBA players being arguably the funniest players. Has there ever been a generational liar as good as LeBron James? Like the most unintentionally funny individual by just patently lying about the most obvious things.
Hey, LeBron is hilarious.
It's funny too because with LeBron, like you could see LeBron has like a room in his house filled with mirrors where he just sits there and he's like, yeah, so, and he practices things that he says like, because most of you see it, you're like, oh man, that was choreographed. Like you scripted that. You scripted that whole entire post game. Like, I don't know.
LeBron cracks me up. There was a thread about a month ago of just like funny. I think this one was just like his lies, or maybe just LeBron's like hella funny unintentionally, and I just cracked up the entire
It's
time.
like I went over to Mav Carter and I said, "Tonight's the night. Kobe drops 81." And it's like, dog, no, you didn't. Like, come on. It's become my favorite meme on NBA Twitter. It's just anytime something happens, someone takes the screen grab from that interview, and it's like, and I told Rich, I said this guy that got picked during the burrito commercial, he's gonna be an MVP one day.
That's like his go-to phrase too, because he did the same thing with Scotty Barnes. Like, yeah, I saw Scotty Barnes at this camp in middle school, and I knew he was gonna be that guy.
He said it with Austin Reeves too. He's like, I mean, I saw it the first day of practice. I saw it, I saw. Okay.
Well, he saw it, and so did Team USA.
Team USA saw the same
They
thing.
saw it. Like, ooh, that's that guy. He's that
One,
guy.
I'm seeing the comments. Page one LeBron. Page one LeBron is an iconic LeBron version. I wanted so many, like, anytime I see the books, I'm like, I would pay someone in the press conference to just be like, so what's chapter 2 about? I think someone got him in the bubble on that.
They probably did. I know Jalen Ramsey was on The Shop and he joked with him about something too. But the classic to me is when he said he watched The Godfather every day.
What?
How you watch The Godfather every day, bro?
Every day.
It's 3 hours long. I mean, like,
He said he watched The Godfather every day, and they were like, "Well, what's your best favorite part?" He's like, "Whew, man, there's just so many. It's just
all
I
of
just
it.
can't even." Man,
The Jalen Ramsey one, he was telling him, "Oh yeah, like I'm basically like coach the Rams. I know the whole playbook on Madden. I use you guys all the time." Jalen's like, "Really? You really do that, LeBron?"
that's he goes. Come on, bro. We know you be capping, bro. You be capping. Oh, no, I do.
you know what though? In his defense, he has been in front of the media since he was like 15 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's had to create some sort of world in which he can live.
Yeah,
And it's okay that it's fake, and a lot of it's like
it's harmless too.
scripted.
Like it's just
It is.
And behind the scenes, he's a completely different guy. He is.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so, like, at least you can point to so many things about him. He's a family guy. His boys, he's with his boys all the time. There's a lot of good things about him, and I'm okay with him not being authentic in front of the camera. I am, because he's had to put on an act since he was like a baby. I mean, like, look at the teenage or the kids that the child actors.
Yeah.
They all fall apart. They all go crazy. LeBron somehow has been able to keep it real and be that person since he was like 14, 15 years old, all the way through.
And LeBron James is a star.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
a star. This is what stars do. Like when the cameras are out, when the lights are out, they got their star persona. He's a star. He's a
Well, he's not inauthentic in pressers either necessarily. Like he's still good for a bite.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about here. A little Prince action here
Yeah.
on D-Lo and KC. What you know about that? James, what you know about that Prince?
I know
What you know
about
about that
Prince.
Prince?
Come on,
What you know
man.
about that Prince? You don't know nothing about that Prince,
You
James.
know, one of these times we'll go to karaoke. I'll show you what I know about Prince.
Let's go, man. James Ham here with me on D-Lo and KC. And we got my main man as we do our local Sacramento news station carousel today.
The roundup.
Sorry, Dale Rogers and Michelle. We'll get you guys another time. I apologize. It's not personal. We got love, but we didn't get to Channel 3 today. But now we go to Channel 13 with my main man, Andrew Haubner. He's on with me today. And, we were just talking about LeBron James over the break, right? And just how funny he is, like intentionally, unintentionally, like he cracks me up. And we were talking about some of his lies, right? Like his blatant lies. And we all came to it's all harmless. Like he's not lying about anything serious. He's a good dude. He's a funny dude. He has fun. He's charismatic. Like I said, he's a superstar. We love LeBron James.
He's not inauthentic in pressers either. That's the funniest thing about him is that if you remember the infamous 16 finals series with the Warriors and they brought up the man's league comments and he breaks character and he's like, it's hard to be nice right now. It's hard to be nice. And then he gets to the very end. But like, he still gives you those moments. And that's the thing I appreciate is although a lot of this stuff is curated and scripted as it would be for a star of his caliber, he still every now and then gives you something good because he knows kind of how the game works and he knows how to cut a promo. And I'll always appreciate him for that. It makes our jobs easy.
Yeah. And then remember when he came out with the cast after they lost. LeBron got a cast after they lost. I said, come on, man.
I kind of want to see like the celebrity roast of LeBron James when it's all over.
That'd be iconic.
Yeah, like the celebrity roast, because
Yeah, that'd be a
he'd
good
sit there
one.
like, and the whole time you're thinking, man, I really shouldn't say too much because that
Right.
dude could get up here and just wallop me.
But here's the other thing why we love LeBron. I think LeBron would do it. He's so down to earth and he's like self-aware or whatever. I think he would, if it came up, like I think he'd be open to doing a celebrity roast because he's a real dude, man. And I like LeBron.
Yeah, and the thing, like what I said before we got on, while we were during commercial break, like he's been under the spotlight his whole life. I'm okay with him having a persona because everything else shows that he's a pretty good human being. Like he does the right things off the court, and he's made sure to, like, he's so successful in everything that he does. But he's also a family guy. He has all these things, and he's been in front of the camera since he's so young. And like so many people have failed in what he's been able to accomplish. And so I really do have an appreciation for him.
You gotta appreciate him before he's gone, man. I mean, that's the crazy thing too, is we're still having the conversation of him as a player in this league right now, and we're getting toward like the twilight era with him, where we're starting to run back favorite moments and page one LeBron's memes and all that kind of stuff. Where I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I know the end is imminent, and so I've moved into this kind of era of I don't have much more time to watch this guy play, and someone who's been a fixture in my life now for 20 years. I mean, that's a pretty crazy thing to say at this point for a professional athlete of his caliber.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Andrew, you don't have to divulge your age here, but I think you're a little younger than me. I think, you might be you're in a different generation. So I'm going to ask you the question. Is LeBron the GOAT? Got quiet.
No?
Oh,
wait, tell me that again, because you froze out on me.
Oh no.
The universe did not want me answering that question.
KC Freeze right there. I said, is LeBron the GOAT?
Oh man, you're gonna do this to me.
I am. You gotta ask the question. I gotta see who you with, what side you with. We gotta know right now.
All right, at 28, I'm willing to put Jordan as a 1A to LeBron's 1B. Only because
Jordan ain't no 1A to nobody. It sounds like Jesse now. Jordan ain't no 1A.
He is. Because we're doing, you know what we're doing right now with Jordan? We're doing the Joe Montana Brady argument, which is, do you want the quality of an unblemished championship record, or do you want a guy that gave you quantity? And if we're going to go on the quantity argument, yes, you do have to be in that one. I do think, though, that the cultural phenomenon that is Michael Jordan is still something different that puts him in a tier where I don't know if you can knock him off the perch ever at any point, despite the age.
You know, I always got to check with under 30. I always got to check with under 30s, man, because under 30s, they be disrespectful. Like that man on the other side over there, disrespectful.
Having Mike at number 2 is not disrespectful. He's the second greatest player of all time. It's fine.
See how the way you said it, though, his second greatest. The way you said it's just, it gets me charged up.
KC, this is Kareem erasure, my guy.
Yeah, for me,
look,
Jordan, it's not even close. Yeah,
I want to see who comes in and says this is Kareem and Bill Russell erasure.
Well, it ain't gonna be over here. I'll tell you that right now. They happening over here. Andrew, man. Right. Andrew, man, I wanted to talk to you, and we talked a little bit last week about this, and this was even before even more news from our beloved Sac Republic, but they've been in the news a lot the last couple of weeks. I mean, there's rumblings about somebody possibly coming in and trying to take over. I don't know the terminology specifically, you could tell me, but take over the team and take over the efforts to try to get to MLS and make that happen. And then just a couple of days ago, they made American sports history when they signed 13-year-old Davion Kimbrough to a contract. And like I was telling Coach Briggs yesterday, I'm from the baseball world where it's like, oh, he signed a 13-year-old. That's crazy. He's going to be in their system for, 4 or 5 years. Maybe we see him when he's 19, 20 years old. And he's like, yeah, he might play Saturday. What?
He told us that.
That was crazy.
I couldn't believe he was that candid about it, first of all. I mean, usually, like, that's how you know we're dealing with a soccer coach and not like a college football coach or someone that's like, they're coming along. Maybe you might see him, maybe you might not. We'll see. Monday they might show up. Mark's just like, nah, he might go. He might go next week.
Right.
2 weeks from now, it could be fine. That's all. I want more coaches to be like that. But to answer your question, the crazy thing was I was like on my Brian Windhorst all last week trying to parse through that news of being like, what's going on in Sacramento? Why would you have the mayor go out publicly? Why would you have the owner of another group come out publicly and the owner of the current team publicly and say, we're not buying the team, but they might be interested? I don't know about you guys, but in my 10 years covering sports, I've never seen a soft launching of an ownership group like that before, where everybody is on record kind of publicly announcing that it's, like you're flirting, but like you haven't actually done the thing yet.
Right.
But I think, as you guys know, whenever news like this comes out or like there's talks progressing, you think about, okay, who does this come from? Where's this news coming from? Who benefits from it, right? And I talked to Mayor Steinberg that day, and I asked him point blank and said, is the Stronach group cool with you divulging this information? Because that's an important question, right? If they're not, and they come out and say, we're not talking about this, we have no comment, we don't know where that stuff's coming from, then you can interpret the target of where the news is coming from as this is Sacramento trying to put pressure on the ownership group to buy or to make a decision. But the Stronachs were okay with it. They gave everybody some type of statement that said, we're interested in Sacramento as a city. If you combine that with the fact that Major League Soccer owners invited Belinda Stronach, the CEO of the group, to MLS All-Star Weekend, and she's been in talks in DC with Major League Soccer, I think what happened is you've got 3 different entities here basically putting the ball in Major League Soccer's court. And we all kind of got used to push that press message forward. Because I talked to somebody high up within Republic that week, and they said, the question you shouldn't be asking is, are we done with the ownership? And is this deal finished? The question you should be asking is, when will Major League Soccer agree to expand to let us in? And when that's the push that, we all get from sources on background, and it's like, okay, we parrot that, and that's the line they want. That told me that I think they're trying to put pressure on Major League Soccer's owners at their annual meeting to vote to expand to 32 and put the ball in MLS's court and say, what you asked of us as Sacramento is an owner with a stadium. We now have both. Now you can't say no to us. And this was kind of the first shot across the bow to try and push it in that direction.
Do you think that that's going to matter? I mean, I really want MLS here in Sacramento, and I think it would be perfect here in Sacramento. It's a great town for it. There's an opportunity to build an amazing stadium downtown. Like, everything points to this being, but they're like 4 years late. Like, they should have had these ducks in a row before, and it's unfortunate, but this is the situation they got themselves in. They've even had, this incredible run to the championship and, losing the championship and the US Cup stuff. But for me, it's like you had an opportunity that it was sitting there on the table, and you didn't close the deal. So I'm just wondering if you think it's too late.
I don't think it's too late, because there's still a pretty viable market, right? Like, if you're the league office, you're looking at TV market, you're looking at fan and local support, the ability for a moneyed owner to come in and be able to compete financially, downtown stadium, all that kind of stuff. The mayor said that all of the project entitlements are still there, right? So if someone wants to come in and build a stadium, they don't have to start over from scratch. They can put a shovel in the ground and go. I think that if you look at the other big markets, Detroit's out. Their ownership group did not do well with Major League Soccer when they had their opportunity to. It's Dan Gilbert and that group, and they didn't conduct themselves, as my understanding, very well with the league. Phoenix has the weather problem. Their front office is a bit of a mess right now, so they don't have their ducks in a row. Public money in Phoenix is tied up in Chase Field, so it's not like the city could come in and say, let's build a Major League Soccer stadium that would have to be domed. Vegas might be oversaturated, but people love it. The A's might have something to do there where you could do a combo stadium like they have for the Yankees in New York City FC, but Sacramento is still a bigger market. So there's still enough things here that make it enticing. You just need the sugar daddy, sugar mama to come in and, daddy Warbucks the stadium into the rail yards. And once you get that, I do find it hard for Major League Soccer to say no if they had the option.
So many things going through my mind right here with this Republic situation. The first thing is, and I know this isn't the way the world works. I know this isn't lollipops and rainbows in the sky. But if Sacramento and the Republic get whatever they need to get together, MLS owes us. Like, it wasn't just, but seriously, it wasn't just, hey, we're gonna, we think you guys are in the lead to be in the MLS, whatever, and then it fell apart. They came here and had a damn celebration. The owner came here and had a celebration saying, we are awarding you the team. They owe us. It's not all these other people's fault and the city's fault that brought you here in the first place, MLS. It's not our fault that Ron Burkle is a jackass and backed out.
And you're right. I mean, that's exactly what everyone within Republic feels too. I mean, their whole thought process is, you gave this to us once already. When the money left, you took it away. If the money comes back, you gave it to us once already. Right. Why would you not give it to us again? What is so different this time? And that's where the confidence, I feel like, comes in with this organization, that they've continued, in spite of getting screwed over by Ron Burkle, to still do everything right, to still field a competitive team, to still at least release a rendering of a stadium for USL. And even with all of that in mind, they've still continued to try and find daddy or mama Warbucks. So like they are completely in this thought process of, Major League Soccer has zero reason to give it to us if we don't have that, if we do have that donor. And I think they're right. And frankly, to your point, Casey, the city really could use this a lot. I mean, the leagues are getting filled out. There's not a lot of places that want to extend to 32. MLS could extend to 32. Sac State is never going to be a Pac-12 team. There is just anecdotal, there's probably $500 million of investment you would require in Sac State for it to even be in the Mountain West, let alone a Power 5 conference. Davis won't do that either. There's not the institutional desire there, even if there is some money. So this is it. This is the one professional sports team that you still have the ability to get hands on. So I understand why the entire apparatus of the city, from the mayor to Kevin Nagel, that's why they're going so hard at trying to get someone here. This is it for SAC as far as getting another pro team, unless we magically get another league or a WNBA franchise.
Okay. So what do you think is going to happen with you brought up the Pac-12. I think that's the next topic. What exactly is going to happen here? Because it just seems like the biggest train wreck that there ever was. And literally schools that have been there for decades and decades just left in the lurch. And how do you recover in this situation if you're some of these schools?
I mean, I don't think you do. I think that, the remaining four schools are kind of toast. Cal and I don't know what's going to happen with Cal and Stanford, because Cal is under a mountain of debt right now. They took out just buku bucks to try and renovate Memorial Stadium because they thought Pac-12 money was going to come in through another TV deal, and it never materialized. Damn. So they're in such a bad situation right now that their department is having legitimate solvency issues financially. Now, the thing that is crazy about this is I do think we are underselling how much of an alarm we need to sound in California football right now, because with this breakup, you are taking apart a league where there was some degree of interstate travel for California kids. What happens to the kid that was maybe a little too good for the G5, was like an Oregon State kid or a Cal recruit or a Wazoo recruit that came out of Intercom or came out of Amador, and that was where they ended up because they could still stay on the West Coast. Those kids don't really necessarily have a home anymore. You know, it's now zero sum. You're either a G5 recruit or you are going to Oregon, Washington, USC, or UCLA. And those are only the most elite kids out of our area that are going to be recruited there. So the entire middle ground of Sacramento, which is a lot of our recruits are kind of like mid-tier 3-star late bloomer guys. They don't necessarily have a Power 5 home anymore that doesn't take them out of state. And if you want to sound the alarm further, I got a thought question for you guys here. Okay. How many NAIA football programs are in the state of California, do you think?
Is it zero?
Zero. How many Division III college football programs are in the state?
It might be 0 too.
It's 6. How many Division II? 0. So wow. when we talk about high school football losing participation and losing college football enthusiasm here, we have effectively gutted what needs to be there for the middle tier of kids that aren't D1 athletes to feel like they can go on somewhere else. So within high school, we're making a zero-sum game for kids. You're either a Division I athlete or you can't play anywhere in the state unless you go to community college and play CCCAA. So if the meteor entering the solar system was like 40 years ago when Pacific dumped their football team and UC Riverside and UC Santa Barbara, like the meteor is moving past Mars right now for California football and how we look at it. The colleges now, with the breakup, there's the only place where you're getting any type of regional uniformity to be able to travel and see your family still and have your family travel to UN State is FCS. It doesn't exist at the Power 5 level. It doesn't exist at all in D2 and NAIA, and D3 is like, you got to have the grades to get into Claremont. So the Pac-12 dying is actually a lot more worrisome for us than I think we all think right now.
No, it's terrible. It's awful. And it's something that legitimately bothers me, like in a sports sense, like bothers me that a league that's been around for 100 years is just ripped apart in 6 months. Well, I guess UCLA and USC, they left a year ago, but still, like, it's crazy. This is what I think they should do, though. And the football thing is an issue. I think you absolutely have to do what you have to do to go get San Diego State and get Fresno State and bring them part of it. And maybe you're not the Pac-12 no more. Maybe you go back to the Pac-8. But what they really need to do, in my opinion, and this doesn't solve the football problem, but they need to pivot and turn into the best basketball conference they could be and be a WCC, be a Big West. And you're still relevant in the national sense because these teams get into the NCAA tournament, championship week exists. They have all their games on ESPN Plus and all this other stuff. But football, like you said, there's just not enough schools to make you this relevant football program on the West Coast. If you want to survive as a conference, you have to pivot and do what the AAC did when the Big East broke up and things of that nature, and just be the absolute best powerhouse basketball conference you could be.
And I think that could come next. I mean, that's what the Big East ended up doing, right? Like it all reshuffled, and now it's Creighton and Xavier and Georgetown, basically in a basketball-only conference. That carries a possibility for us now. The weird thing about this is that the logical endpoint of all this is UCLA is eventually going to get cut out of this picture too, because eventually the dead weight's going to get cut from the future Big Ten and the future SEC, because Alabama and Ohio State and USC and Michigan and maybe Oregon, I don't know, they could get cut too. Like all of them are going to want a bigger slice of the pie at some point and be like, why are we paying for Purdue? Why are we paying for UCLA? Why are we paying for, Missouri, for instance? And those schools will probably eventually get cut out of a super league as well. And the Super League will be basically the NFL light of all of the premier helmet brands in college football. Right. And so what's weird about the basketball component here is I don't know how you build out basketball on the West Coast here, because everyone probably is living under the assumption that maybe they might be the person that gets chosen. But if you don't, and UCLA, say, comes back in a decade, or Washington comes back in a decade, then what do you do? But the point you made about the tradition and losing the tradition is the biggest thing. I mean, because, you know, baseball is dealing with the same thing. It used to be a super regional sport and a rivalry sport. And the funnest thing about it was New York, Boston. It was St. Louis and Chicago. And then when they tried to make it this national thing, and I'm tuning in for Shohei Ohtani, but I couldn't name half of the dudes that are supposed to be stars in Major League Baseball right now. We should be seeing Caleb Williams the way we saw Reggie Bush. And that was a different era of college football where it carried a lot more weight to people in the national scheme of things because it was so hyper regional. Now it's like everything's about the playoff. Everything's about the national scope. The local games don't matter. And now Caleb Williams is just another dude. And that in itself, I think, is the biggest issue is you're trying to build a national audience of casual fans and you're killing everybody that has like a legitimate, it's the same type of forces that tried to get the Kings out of Sacramento. Like it's the same thought and feeling of these regional diehard fans. We can make that back up with a casual fan that's going to follow LeBron around all the time. And that kills sports. You know, no one wants to watch that all the time.
Andrew, you know, you my guy, man. You came and brought the knowledge as always. College football season starting in about 18 days or so, man. You got to come back on here. I talk college football all the time, man. So we got to come back on here. We got to talk about it. And hopefully, this is the concern that a lot of people have. Hopefully, the people at the Republic, who are fine people, I've had positive interactions all the way around. Hopefully, they're not playing with the city of Sacramento. You don't put out this story and you don't do this media tour unless you know for sure something's going to happen. And I hope they worked with that same premise. But if anything happens, you know, we're going to check up on you. And yeah, man, come back on the show anytime, baby.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me, man.
All right, take care. Andrew Haubner, CBS 13. That's my guy. Then, I mean, look, it wasn't scheduled, but Michelle, Dale, if you guys want to call in, we can just finish the whole thing off if you like. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to have any preferential treatment. I just have a relationship with these people. That's all I'm saying. So we can finish off the whole Sacramento news carousel. But when we come back, NBA listens to D-Lo and KC. Oh, the NBA listens to D-Lo and KC.
That's right.
We got schedule news, baby. And this goes to, I'm going to tell you why this is a great sign for the Sacramento Kings. We're going to get into all this. James Ham, D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. We'll be right back.
Opening night, like what the hell were they thinking? That's horrible.
You got Team USA, Austin Reeves.
The Lakers got swept by the Nuggets. Well, I don't want to see that again.
Again, like, and the other thing is, why are we pushing this all back? You can't make up the days. Like, I don't understand what they're doing, because we ran into this last year at the end of the season. The Kings had this situation where Mike Brown practice them all the time, right? Well, they have a certain amount of off days that they have to have during the season, which they had mapped out. And like at the beginning of the year, they mapped out what days they're going to have off, what days they weren't. And it's something like 18 off days or whatever that they have to, league mandate has to, you guys will not practice today. Like, where are you going to come up with these extra 5 days? Where are you going to come up with these extra 6 days? Because the season usually starts on the 19th of October or the 20th of October. Media day is usually in September. Now it's all in October. Like, all of a sudden we're seeing this squishing. So maybe they're just taking out a little bit of the elongated preseason schedule that we have. You know, we had the 1 year with Luke, right? Where when Luke Walton was the head coach, the Kings had like their final preseason game. Then they didn't play again for like 7 days or something.
Yeah.
That was weird.
So the last preseason game is on October 19th. This opening day schedule is October 24th, which means Kings probably play 25th. So that's a week, right? before the season. 19th is a Wednesday. This would be, it'll be a week. So, or no, 19th is a Thursday, I think, actually. So it'd be a little less than a week before, from last preseason game to opening night for the Kings.
Interesting.
But I mean, and I think they did this to like you just mentioned, to give, actually.
It's the 24th. 24th is a Tuesday.
24th is NBA opening day. The Kings won't play till the 25th.
Yeah.
So they play, it's a little less than 6 days from the 19th to.
Yeah. And they
25th.
played, that's their last preseason game. That's the back-to-back 18-19.
Yeah, 18-19.
Okay. That's all. Well,
I think you smell what I'm cooking.
I'm intrigued to hear where you go with this.
Yeah. We'll talk about all this on how. I see you, Miss Matt. Like KC.
KC asked, they give it to him, man.
That's right.
I'm sitting there, and you know what it is? It's a sports body clock. I'm just like, sometimes we should be hearing something about now. It's August. We don't usually go too far without hearing anything. Like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, still? Oh, sweet.
Yeah, we went to 58 a couple times. So
okay.
we gotta make up for that.
Yeah, because I haven't stood up at all. That's the first time I've been out of the chair since like 11:30. Oh.
Bro, yeah.
You know they are.
Oh my
But that
God.
also just wiped out my Christmas Day games because they're not going to come back. with that.
Well, that's what I saw that immediately. I was like, oh, damn, James. Might have to work, bro. You might have to work.
I don't think I God, I
Oh, I think there is a chance. We'll talk about it.
damn it.
I think there's a good chance.
Damn it, Janet.
Damn it, Janet.
I make prime rib every Christmas. Prime rib is bomb, man. Have you ever made prime rib?
No.
It's so
I don't
easy
cook.
to
I gotta
make.
step up my cooking game now. I really do.
Oof.
I don't think I've ever tried prime rib. Like I've never gotten that at a restaurant. I don't think
Really?
I don't think my parents have ever cooked it.
Oh my goodness. We might need to do a Christmas party here. I make prime rib for you guys.
Let's do it.
We're not inviting the rest of the staff though, because they don't invite us to their stuff. Well, they do, but they schedule it. Yeah, they schedule it from 12 to 4.
Chester, no, I'm gonna have to read up on this, man. Drama of radio. I think he wanted to broadcast his radio show from the facility, and they wouldn't let him. I think that's what happened.
And Greg Papa.
D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Now, we have said numerous times on this show that we are Sacramento's #1 sports station. We've said numerous times on this show that they listen to us everywhere in the nation. It's not just Sacramento. But Sacramento, something happens. We ask questions. All of a sudden, the Kings put out information from time to time. We say, like, what was it, Jesse? We were asking what happened? And we were like, why haven't they said anything about this? And then 15 minutes after,
I don't know like the exact what it is, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't remember what exactly.
We were like, yo, what's this? The Kings haven't even said anything. Like, why? And 15 minutes later, well, here's a press release that, hey, listen, and that's our people over there at the Kings organization. We got love for them. We just ask the questions and we just trying to point them in the right direction if they need any help. Seems like we do the same thing for the NBA. Because here on D-Lo and KC, I think we're the only ones. I got to be honest with you. I think we're the only ones in America that we're asking, yo, where's the NBA schedule? Think about it. When I say that, think about it for a sec. Everybody talking about training camp battles. There's preseason games that are going down tonight. You know, I think there's 2 or 3 preseason games going down in the NFL tonight. Everybody talking about camp battles and training camp. Ain't nobody talking about the NBA schedule except for us. And when we said, yo, where's our NBA schedule? The NBA was like, damn. KC and James Ham, they're right. They're right. We got to get this out.
We got to feed something to Sean
Yeah,
right now.
as we speak. And lo and behold,
Slip the note.
about 15 minutes ago, Shams puts out Justin, opening night schedule for the 2023-2024 NBA season. October 24th on TNT is out. And the 2 games that they have on opening night, the Denver Nuggets, obviously, as the NBA champions, will start off the season receiving their rings and raising the banner. And they'll be doing it against the team that they swept out of the playoffs, the Los Angeles Lakers. Whew. I don't know why. I know why we're doing that. I don't know if that's the best thing to do, but that's neither here nor there. It's not the one I'm concerned about. This is when the Ken Epiphany has been put into motion.
Ken Epiphany.
Because I told you guys about an hour ago, I said the Kings are getting a Christmas Day game. And James Ham, the reasoning made sense. I'm not saying it was like false. It was out of the world. He said no, because I think the NBA wants Chris Paul versus the Warriors. Or excuse me, Chris Paul versus the Suns. So I think it's going to be Suns, Warriors on Christmas Day. Adam Silver said, let's not do that on Christmas Day. Maybe. Let's do it opening nights. As Suns at Warriors is the second game of opening night tip-off. And what I'm saying to that, James, is I don't think they're going to double dip. I don't think you're getting Suns Warriors on Christmas Day. And that opens up the door for the Kings to swoop on in. And I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be Kings Warriors Christmas Day. And you know what? I'm sorry, James. I think it's going to be at the Golden One Center.
Oh,
yeah.
You're trying to ruin my Christmas, bro. You're going to try to ruin my Christmas.
I think it's going to be at the Golden One Center. Kings, Warriors. I don't think they're going to get the 5 o'clock game, the prime time game. Although they like to put the Warriors there. They might get it there. I mean, this was the best series of the playoffs.
Oh, easy.
Kings, Warriors.
Yeah. Easily.
I mean, I think you could throw Boston, Miami in there. I think that was a good series. What you think, Jesse?
I was with it, and then I'm thinking, like, because you're not going to put the Nuggets, like, they're the champs on Christmas, like, you're not going to put them at 7:30 at night, right? Like, they're going to have to play early. If you're going to put them early, you're going to have to put them against a better team. Like,
I think they could play Phoenix.
You think they could play Phoenix?
I think that's what I think they're going to go with. I think it's be Phoenix and Denver.
So then, like, are the Warriors and Kings going to be the last game of the night?
See, the only thing that worries me, the Kings, I don't think they have any problem putting the Kings at 7:30. I think they have a problem putting the Warriors at 7:30.
No, that's my thinking right there.
Although the Warriors, now this is a different Warriors team, but I think in the championship era, they've played that 7:30 game before. I think they played the Clippers one year at 7:30. I think they had already won an NBA championship. I don't think it was 2016. I don't know, but they've played 7:30. Maybe they hadn't won a championship.
Because my mind instantly went to like Lakers versus Warriors, and then they maybe do like Nuggets versus Mavs at the end of the day.
Lakers Warriors might happen. That might be the 2 West Coast. That might be the 2 p.m. game. Lakers Warriors. And matter of fact, to be honest with you, I don't think that matters. I don't think the Nuggets thing matters. I think they'll put the Nuggets wherever. They'll put them at 11. They'll put them at 2.
That's what I'm saying. If the
They'll
Nuggets
put them at 7:30
if the Nuggets get the 7:30 game, I think that's where you put everything. It's like the Mavs and stuff like that. Because the 7:30 game is always the worst. Now I'm like, I don't know if the Kings are getting that Christmas Day game.
I don't know. See, we have David Myers here in the chat says Deuce Mason already said he heard that the Kings won't be getting the Christmas Day game. It'll be Lakers Warriors in LA on Christmas prime time.
That one I see Lakers Warriors.
I was already mapping out my day. Yeah. I was thinking, okay, I can get up early. If it's a 7:30 game, I can get up early. You got to cook a primary. It's actually a short cook. It's only like maybe 2 hours. I could still do like an early dinner, like at 2 or 3.
Yeah.
We'd already opened presents.
Yeah, you could do the 7:30 one.
I could hit the 7:30. I can get there by 5:30.
Day's
and
done at that point.
I'll shoot Adam Silver a message. Hey, James got prime rib earlier in the day. Can we do 7:30 for the Kings?
I could bring prime rib for my guys. You guys got to show up at the game.
I'm holding out hope now. Deuce, he's got connections. If he heard something, I take it to the bank. But I think the Kings are getting the 7:30 game. It might not be against the Warriors because I do think Lakers Warriors is going to be the 5 p.m. game. I think they'll put the Nuggets at 2.
I could even see the Timberwolves because they play the Nuggets in the playoffs too.
Oh,
It's going to be disgusting. I'll tell you that right now.
oh, that'd be bad. Shout out to my man Ant-Man. You know, I'd love to see him on Christmas Day, but not right now. Not with this Timberwolves team. I could see the Nuggets playing at 2.
It could be the Suns too.
Yeah, it could be the Suns at 7:30.
I'm gonna check in with one of my sources and see if this thing's floating around out there.
We got
Because you never
sources.
know. You might know.
We got-
We might hear something
We
here.
got sources out here, baby. Stop playing with us. James Ham got sources out here. No, James Ham really does have sources. I kind of have sources, but not James Ham sources.
I had like the schedule early last year from a source, but it was like, hey, there could be a change or two.
Well, once
And then
again,
there ended up being like 1 or 2 changes.
my DMs are open. Anybody want to send me that schedule at the league office? I'm here. I'm here.
I don't know anybody, but if you want to send me some stuff too, guys.
Now, here's a question though: like, how many national televised games do you think the Kings get this year?
We talked about this before, and I tried to measure it up.
It was 1 last year, like
Yeah.
1 true game, right? So, do you think they'll get 4, 5 TNT games?
TNT's a little different. I think 4 or 5 TNT games, yeah, maybe.
3, 2, yeah.
I think I had them, and this sounds like a lot. It sounds like going overboard. I think I had them at like 12 between ESPN and TNT, like 12 games.
Okay, do you know how many the Warriors had last year?
25.
No, it was like 44.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah,
That's how I think it was. That's the number. I think it was 44.
yeah. I wish I could find this. I looked up Memphis the year after they made the playoffs and beat the Warriors in the play-in to make the playoffs. Ja was ascending, all this other stuff.
Mhm.
And I think they went from like 4, if I remember right, because I could look it up now, but it'd take too long. I think they went from like 4 to 13 national TV games.
And then last season they were at 28.
Right. And I looked at Phoenix after they went from nothing, like the bubble team, to the NBA Finals. And then the year after the NBA Finals, I looked at them. I think they were like 21. And I also looked at the Warriors, the We Believe Warriors, after they were an 8 seed and made the playoffs. I think they went from like 1 or 2 to like 13. So I think I came to like 15 for the Kings. I think the Kings will get 15 national TV games.
Interesting. I mean, like it's going to partially depend on like market size and everything else.
Mhm.
Like, although the Sacramento usually does, not only is it a huge market, it's a good sized market. I think 19th in the NBA.
Mhm.
But on top of that, it's also a really engaged audience, which is something that the NBA and I mean, didn't it rank nationally with like the Super Bowl and like a couple other major events?
Yeah.
So
you mean the city of Sacramento?
Yeah, city of Sacramento.
Absolutely. Like all the time, like Sunday Night Football,
It's a
Super
huge
Bowls,
sports
the
town.
national championship games for football,
Yeah.
always top 10. It feels like.
Yeah, it's a huge sports town.
Mhm.
So yeah, maybe they do get a few games, maybe at like a few more than what we're expecting.
Mhm.
Because I mean, in total, what was it, like 5 last year? With they had 1 game and it got canceled.
Mhm.
They had one.
and it got made up with the Knicks game. They didn't do it because of that, but the Rockets game was supposed to be on ESPN. It got canceled,
Mhm.
and then
Because the Rockets are horrible.
they're terrible.
Yep.
And then it got kind of made up for because they put the Knicks game. The Knicks game at Golden One Center was a late replacement to be on TNT. And honestly, the Rockets game was supposed to be the only one. And earlier in the season, the Brooklyn Nets Kings game was flexed in to TNT. That was supposed to be Knicks Jazz, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Knicks Jazz, and then they flexed like 3 weeks into the NBA season. They flexed Kings Nets into TNT.
Okay.
So last year they only had one scheduled national TV game, and that was Kings Rockets, and it got wiped off the slate.
I can see the Kings getting anywhere from like maybe 5 to 7 nationally televised games, and I'm not counting NBA TV. I think they get maybe 4 or 5 TNT games, and maybe ESPN throws them like a Friday night game.
I think they get a Saturday NBA game.
Hmm.
I think. Look, I'm
no
telling you right
chance.
now.
I say no chance.
I'm telling you well, first of all, Kings Warriors will be on a Friday ESPN. It will be on a Friday ESPN, and I'm confident in saying that because they're in the same group in the in-season tournament. You can only play those games on Tuesdays and Fridays. Hell, they might put that on TNT on a Tuesday. That game, you can only play those games on Tuesday and Friday in the first month. When the Kings Warriors play in November, that will be Friday on ESPN or Tuesday on TNT.
That's wild.
Yeah, I definitely think that'll happen.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what
they'll have one,
the type of
you know,
respect they get. You know, like what kind of respect will they get off of a 3 seed?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like they have exciting players. They have you know guys like Fox and Monk are they stand out as like super exciting players to promote and stuff. So
and I think the setting plays a role. And when I say they're on national TV. Real quick, you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station. D-Lo and KC is brought to you by Sky River Casino. James Ham in with me all week while Damien's out on vacation. We're talking about possible national TV games for the Kings. But when I talk about the setting, I think Golden One Center, this crowd, this fan base, the beam, all that plays a factor into in a positive way to them getting a national TV game. And I think if they can make it happen, the game will be here as opposed to them going on the road.
Okay.
As many times as possible.
And I'll tell you too, from what I've heard, what I've seen out there, the Kings have sold out of season tickets. That doesn't mean that like overall that they've sold out like of every game, but their season ticket packages, and they now have a wait list. And so the NBA wants to show a full arena, and this place will be full. I mean, that's the way the fans have been remarkable. They've come back so strong.
The show that the arena and the fans put on in the playoffs. I mean, it's going to carry over to how the NBA schedules next year. They want that again, and I think they want Kings Warriors bad at some point. Like I said, I think you'll get it early in the season through those pool play games. They have to play each other on that Thursday or Friday. I think they'll be on TNT or ESPN. And because of that, to be honest with you, maybe that takes them out of, well, we already agree. I think we all agree Lakers Warriors is probably going on Christmas Day. So they won't play each other on Christmas Day, but maybe Martin Luther King Day. I don't know.
I think the Kings, because before I thought differently. I thought the Kings, like, they would get the respect this season. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think they're still going to be fishing for that respect. 'Cause I was thinking about the other day, like, we've been talking about Austin Reeves a lot. Like, is it crazy to think that we're fighting harder to get Domantas Sabonis in the All-Star game this season than maybe Laker fans are for Austin Reeves?
No, I don't think that's crazy at all.
Like, that's the thing. Like I just don't think it's just going to be another year where the Kings are fighting for respect.
Yeah.
I think they got one more year. If they can do it this year, then the next year they get the respect. But you got to do it again. You got to be a 3, 4, 5 again to show that you were legit last year.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that they were, but I'm just saying, like,
and
that's the way the league works.
And both of you guys tell me if I'm making too much of this. I think the setting matter. If you can get the playoffs back in Sacramento again and get that on the stage again, because I only say that because they went crazy national TV wise. They went crazy over that the first time the Kings were good in the mid 2000s. Like, they would always come to Arco Arena and be like, the fans here, it's so crazy. Like, we could probably do a study, but the majority of the national TV games that they got during that time were in Sacramento because they wanted that on display for their product as an NBA. Like, this is what happens in the NBA. Like, fans go crazy, and they use Sacramento as an example of that. And if they can show once again that this is what happens when the Kings are good in Sacramento, they'll put that on full display as much as they possibly can while making it make sense.
TNT will show them some love this season, but ESPN is still stuck on the old school mentality of like Lakers, Celtics. Like, these are the teams that get us ratings. They won't put the Kings on TV much this season. I think the Kings maybe get one game on ESPN, maybe 2.
Jesse, the wet blanket here.
I mean, because remember, wasn't it Memphis a couple of seasons ago? Like they had a fight, like put us on TV when they were starting to come up and stuff like that. Just ESPN just doesn't.
But that was my point though. They got to like 11. I think they got to like 11. I'll find that during the break. The article I read. I think they got like 11 or 12 games that year. That was the year after they. I don't want to say snuck into the playoffs, but they, got in the playing game where the 8th seed. Ja was phenomenal in that first round series, even though they lost in 5. He averaged like 35 or something like that. And I think the next year they had like 11 national TV games. Now, to your point, Jesse, that may only mean 3 ESPN games or whatever. And the rest are and TNT now with another day, TNT Tuesday isn't the same as TNT Thursday. You know what I mean? Like it's TNT, but you don't even get inside the NBA. You don't get Ernie Kinney and all those guys. You get Candace Parker and Jamal Crawford or something like that. So maybe
I like Jamal Crawford. Jamal Crawford was good.
I like Candace Parker too. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that team. I'm just saying that's not held in the same regard as a Thursday game. I don't think.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that the
is this from the sources?
Yeah, that the first draft has gone out today. But that doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
Hit my DM source.
Yeah. So I mean, the first draft, it's usually very, very close.
Yeah.
But there's probably like 1 or 2 tweaks here and there throughout the season.
I would watch. You know how ESPN they don't have like full 30 for 30s. They have like the 30 for 30 shorts, like it's like 15 minutes or something like that. Oh, if they posted like at 4 p.m., we just released the 30 for 30 short on how the NBA schedule is made. I'd watch that in a heartbeat. I'm fascinated with how they do that. And they maneuver through all that. Because like with baseball is one thing, right? Because it's like because they actually do have something like that for baseball, but it's baseball. Like you're playing those games in those parks. The NBA has to maneuver around concerts, graduations, monster truck. Like they've got to check so many things when they're trying to schedule, make a schedule for these teams. I think you could tell me the Kings get first priority, I guess, as at Golden One Center, maybe.
Well, yeah, because it was Janet Jackson got bumped for the Hawks, right?
Right.
Yeah, the NBA requires that the home arena
gets first priority. Right. So they can make a schedule and be like, schedule your other stuff around this.
Yeah.
Right? But then you look at something like, crypto. They've got the Clippers, Lakers, and LA Kings. And they've got to maneuver around all that. I just would love to see the process. I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
They should have you sit in
on the whole process.
Yeah, write about it.
Yeah, like all of it. It's like some of the things that they come up with. You would like to know the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And it's probably like 3 people in a room who are just like random and being like, let's do this. Let's do this.
Like, why are the Kings playing back to back in the preseason?
Isn't that the Kings though? Didn't they schedule that?
Well, it's the Kings, but they have to actually schedule with
the other team.
Yeah. And so sometimes you have it like at an opening, sometimes you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the league mandates when it has to be over and done with. Yeah.
Oh, what?
I'm getting certain things. I'm just not getting the thing.
Jason, that's interesting.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mid-sentence. Oh, what?
Yeah, I mean, I have gotten some things, but just not the thing that we're looking for yet.
James is waiting on that King's Christmas text. Am I making the prime rib or not? Let me know.
What time does a prime rib have to go in the oven for me to get both done? Hands on the prime rib. If you do make prime rib, to all the people in the chatty house and all the people out there, get an actual horseradish root from the grocery store and make your own horseradish. It's the best ever.
So help me out here, Ham. How are you making? I'm like I said, I've got to step my game up, my cooking game up, and everything. I really have to do so. I'm trying to learn right now. Prime rib. How are you making this? Like
you
it's
slow cook it in the oven.
slow cook it in the oven.
Yeah, and
I
I
didn't know
have
if that was a.
I have thermometers that go
okay.
in, and so I'm checking temperature at all times. I can't.
You got one of
remember.
those like thermometer, and you got the app for it or something like that.
I have like something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you're waiting. I think my temperature. I pull it out of the oven at
balls.
I think 122 degrees. Yeah, at 122 degrees, I think, and then you have to let it rest.
Okay.
And then it comes up to temperature. I like my
Hmm.
medium rare.
Okay.
I
yeah,
don't
me
care
too.
what anyone else in the household wants.
Well,
they're
they're
getting
gonna have to
medium
figure
rare.
it out.
Medium rare, you got to do everything medium rare with the steaks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's always better because, like, say you go medium rare, if somebody likes it, you know, a little more charred or something like that, you can just warm it up until it gets that way. Like, but you can't go backwards, is what I'm saying. Like, if you make it,
Once
charred,
it's cooked, it's
you
cooked.
can't go backwards. So
No.
medium rare, and then you work from there.
Yeah, you need to let it sit for a couple of days. I wrap mine in cheesecloth and age it a little bit in the refrigerator, and then
Yeah.
there's a process to it.
Aldrin J says you can tell KC cooks nothing on things. I absolutely do not. I do not. The Queen Bee, she's the best cook I've ever had in my life. Like she cooks everything. I've never had a bad thing that she's cooked. Like it's from Thanksgiving to barbecue to bakery stuff. Like everything is flawless. I don't want to get in the way of perfection.
The
What
move,
I look like.
the move for Thanksgiving now is not Thanksgiving food anymore. It's just getting like a bunch of different food and like feasting on that. Like last year we did like tri-tip ribs, crab legs, and stuff like that. Potatoes, like that's the move now.
That sounds
Okay.
That sounds like some good
I make
stuff.
really good ribs.
Mm.
I barbecue a lot on the boat.
Dry rub.
Yeah, but I slow cook usually overnight, so I'll
Okay.
do it like 175 for like 8 to 10 hours, and then just wrap them up, and then I'll take them out on the boat, and then
I need
cook
that
'em,
fall
baste
off the
'em.
bone type rib. Like
Oh, yeah,
that's what I need.
that's
I
what
don't
this is.
I don't want it rough, and I gotta.
no,
I don't need all
none of
that.
that.
Like that's it. I need something just falling off.
How's the rib go?
That's amazing. I don't know how we got on this. And while we're
we're trying to plan out your Christmas. That's how.
that's right.
how we
And I'll
got
tell you
here.
too, like the wife got into during the pandemic, Sarah got into baking, which is strange because I don't have a big time sweet tooth, but we got into she got into baking, and Brett Huff, Kings fan extraordinaire, his wife Tessa has incredible baking books, and my wife has made some of the most incredible cakes that you would like layered cakes, big, beautiful, like crazy stuff. Absolutely incredible.
Nice.
So shout out to Brett and Tessa.
Well,
they do
I
good
mean,
stuff.
You guys, when the schedule comes out tomorrow, Christmas Day schedule comes out tomorrow, or maybe Monday, you could just thank us because we put the pressure on the NBA, and they heard us, they listen to us all the time, and they delivered. So just thank D'Lo and KC and James Ham. That's all we're doing, Jesse. You know what I mean? It is what it is. We've got our daily Sacramento Kings What If coming up when we come back, and this is an interesting one as well. This one is multi-layered, and I'm interested to hear what James thinks about this What If. We'll get into all that. D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We'll be right back. Oh, yeah, for sure. Hang in there, TC.
Hang in there, TC. We just keep going. Oh, we forgot about you, TC.
TC gonna be on hold at
3:55.
Thanksgiving food, it's all right, Aldrin, but I don't know. Like once we started doing like the other foods and stuff like that, I just thought that was way better.
Yeah, I mean,
because like
we
my
do
mom's
gumbo.
side, does
Okay,
like
for
turkey
sure.
and stuff like that. So we'll get that on that stuff. But with my dad, like we'll do like just what do you guys want to do?
Yeah, see, we do gumbo on Christmas.
Oh, that's
Yeah, gumbo on Christmas.
Gumbo, especially if you have prime rib to throw in.
See, there we go. We do that. Thanksgiving, I guess we got traditional stuff still, but I don't know. I guess it is all traditional. So I think we've had gumbo on Thanksgiving one time.
Because turkey's not my favorite either. I'm more of like a ham guy.
And I like the, I was gonna say, I like dark nothing. Don't worry about it.
You like what?
No, worry
What?
about it. Can't talk anything with these people around here. Yeah, I guess turkey's okay. It's okay. I like ham better than turkey, and but I do like my stuffing, and I like the rolls, and I'm not a cranberry guy. I don't really like that.
Oh yeah, I've never tried it. It just doesn't look good. I'm not gonna try that.
You know, somebody asked Katrina. No, don't worry about it. Stephen Brown. Don't worry about it, bro. Like, don't worry about it, man. Just
trying to know
forget
your
I ever
favorite meat,
said
bro.
it, bro. You guys are no help to anything at all. I'm watching all this NFL access stuff, and they got the training camp, and the guys have the helmet cover thing on that like helps for concussions. And somebody brought up a great point. They're like, if these things help so much, why don't they just wear them all the time?
This is no drip.
They said, yo, if this protects the players, why don't they just always wear them? What the hell are we just wearing it for?
That is a good question.
Gotta look good.
It's a little chilly in here today.
Yeah, stays chilly.
Look at that sport coat.
It's nice. Is that Daniel Jeremiah?
I don't know. I can't get away with
That's
it
weird. You
like
can
that.
name him like you know who Daniel Jeremiah looks like.
Barely. That's him though, right?
I have no clue.
Oh, I think that's him. I don't know.
Hello, friends.
Don't
We're
quote
back.
me.
You guys do pie on Thanksgiving? I just tried apple pie for the first time a couple months ago, so I'm excited for that.
Wait, for
do
the first time?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I never
yes.
do
What is wrong with you?
I guess a lot
Well,
because
sometimes
yeah,
I do.
that's been the response every time I've told someone that.
What the?
I don't need apple pie.
I've
Only
never been a
apple pies
pie
I
guy,
eat
though.
at,
But
at
you've never
McDonald's.
had it?
No, I've had it.
I mean, a hot apple pie at McDonald's, but like the old one, not the.
That used
not
to be
the
my
fake
grandpa's
one.
go-to.
Oh yeah.
I remember one school year because McDonald's was like down the street from the school. Like every morning, I'd stop at McDonald's and get 2 apple pies. Every morning.
They used to be 2 for $1.
Yeah.
Now that
that's
costs you
why I
like
would-
$43.
Right, that's why I would get 2 of them, 2 for $1. But yeah, I'm not really I'm a pie guy, but I'm not a pie guy.
See, I was always fake pie. I like pumpkin pie.
Oh, see, I'm not a
Disgusting.
pumpkin pie guy.
Disgusting.
You throw some whipped cream on it, it's fire.
No.
But apple pie so far, apple pie, out of the 2 pies I've tried, apple pie takes it's number 1.
See, and
You've only had 2 pies?
Pretty much, dude. Pie just doesn't look good.
What is happening? Like, so I don't like crust, but that doesn't mean I still won't eat it, you know.
real quick. I mean, and it could be in text, but
Oh,
in my
see?
Drewski,
That's a cake my wife.
in my Drewski voice, James, what you talking about, man? What you see? What you talking about, bro? Text your boy. What you seeing, bro? What you seeing? What you seeing, bro? What you talking about?
Aldrin threw carrot cake in the chat. Carrot cake is fire.
What?
You've never tried carrot cake if you don't like carrot cake, then you've never tried it.
I don't really like carrots, but
It don't even taste like
It
carrot. that's the
doesn't
thing.
taste like carrot. It just makes it moist.
I just
Carrot cake is. Come on, James.
I'm gonna keep saying the words.
it's like the sophomore class. Does he have,
You
does he have
guys
that
are
on here?
Don't
Don't he have that on here? It's a sophomore class. I can't
It's
even
somewhere in
remember.
there.
But I only like what's my oh man, what's
Lemon cake?
Strawberry shortcake or
I think I've had that.
Strawberry shortcake. You
no,
think?
no, cheesecake. I'm sorry.
What is
Cheesecake.
happening
See,
here?
I don't try cheesecake. It's just the texture is no good.
No,
What is
it's
happening
bomb.
here?
It's bomb.
He's like he might have had strawberry shortcake.
Well, I've had a strawberry cake. I don't know if it was a strawberry shortcake. It was a strawberry cake.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's,
This is
cheesecake
ridiculous.
is bomb. I will eat that. But I'm like you, Ham. I'm not really like big on sweets or anything. Like I like brownies. Make some brownies. It's all good.
Brownies
but
are fire. Cake is
chocolate
okay.
chip cookies.
My
I don't
wife will
really-
make the cake and then we call friends and they come over and they take half the cake.
They eat the cake, yeah. My
Yeah.
mom's lemon cake is really the only cake I clamor over.
This was a
And
cake.
Jazz knows how to
This
make
is
it too.
this is a cake my
That
wife
looks pretty
made.
good. Now there's a place that makes cakes like that called Porto's. It's in Southern California. I wish they would come to Northern California. Oh, Porto's cake. Boy, oh boy. Okay. Final segment of this very entertaining Thursday show. I must say, I've been thoroughly entertained with what's going on here.
As long as you are, that's all that matters.
That's
Kenny.
all that matters.
That's all
I'm
that
doing
matters.
a show for myself and myself only.
That
Okay?
dessert conversation over the break was fire. Though. That was probably our best
That was some
content.
good stuff, man. That was some good stuff. Should we do a NCAA tournament style bracket challenge for the Ain't that what they are? They do it every year. Every single year for March Madness, they do a bracket style on candy, on fast foods, on desserts every year. Like the results are going to change.
That's when you're down bad, though.
But like we couldn't do like dessert challenge because the dude in here hasn't had any dessert ever.
There's that. You'd be surprised at what I haven't had either. I've never had carrot cake.
Well,
I don't
you're
like
missing
carrots.
out.
I've had cheesecake, by the way. Just it doesn't. The texture's just no good.
Love cheesecake.
Cheesecake is bomb.
My
Cheesecake is bomb.
wife
Now you
makes
talking
a
about
red velvet
pumpkin
cake.
pie?
Oof.
Come on, bro. No, we ain't doing all that. Come on.
I acknowledge pumpkin pie is a fake pie.
What is happening?
Well, it's just fake good. It's not even good.
Like I said, throw some whipped cream on it. It's fire.
I believe you. It's a fake pie. It is. That makes sense to me.
I know
that
what I
you
am.
consider
Okay,
it
I
fake.
know what I eat.
Yeah.
We got to do our King's What If of the day with James Ham here. But before we do that, let's go back to the 49ers. And I got a feeling I'm going to disagree with this guy because typically when it comes to the 49ers and how things go, we tend to disagree. But I don't know. It might surprise me today. My main man. This is my main man. It's my guy, though. My main man, TC, wants to call in. TC, what's up, big dog?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, KC? Hammer, what's up?
What's happening, TC?
Yeah.
Oh, man, just chilling. Hey, look, so before we get into that, I like the food conversations. So, look, pumpkin pie, I'm with Jesse. That's good with whipped cream. KC, carrot cake with the frosting, if it's made right, it's good. You got to try it for sure, bro.
I don't know.
Like,
you know what? You know what's bad about me, TC, and I've got to be better than this. I feel like I don't even need to try.
No, you do.
I've been around 40 years. I've been just fine. What do I need to try this for? And then say something nasty. And is there coconut in carrot cake?
Nope.
No, see, I don't. Who taught you about carrot cake, bro?
That's the carrots. The carrots have a texture that's a little
okay.
bit like.
That's what I'm saying. Look like okay.
They're on occasion you can get a carrot cake where the texture inside the cake is a little bit like coconutty, but it doesn't taste like it. It doesn't taste like it.
Well,
sorry.
I don't know. Maybe one day. Bring some in, Jesse. I'll taste it. Well,
I don't make it. I don't make it.
We've lost our mind, TC. What's going on?
TC, what's up, man?
No, it's all good. So to go back to Daniel a little bit, I mean, well, a while ago, I think that the thing is, Casey, you hear me all the time when I call in, bro, about the whole Shanahan situation. I think where he was trying to get at is about the Niners. We will never win the sixth ring until Kyle can really fully embrace his quarterback, whether it's Brock, Trey, Sam Darnold, or Brandon Allen, or even Jimmy G. That dude has to put everything into his quarterback. I mean, from developing to sending them to quarterback coaches to giving them the ultimate confidence and not thinking that his scheme is bigger than the quarterback. You get what I'm saying?
I understand. I understand, TC. And TC, I want to.
Casey.
No, I'll leave him on here because I want to hear what he has to say to this. I agree with you, and I believe he wholeheartedly has done that with Brock Purdy. TC, when have you heard him say, yo, about any of his quarterbacks? No, he's the real deal. He ain't never. I think he 100% believes in Brock Purdy, and he will combine his scheme with the trust of Brock Purdy to allow him to do whatever. Now, you can argue whether or not Brock Purdy's good enough for that or whatever. That's a different argument. But to what you're saying, I absolutely understand, and I absolutely believe he has done that with Brock Purdy. What do you think about that?
No, not until he turns him into a robot. Like, that dude turns every quarterback into a robot. Until he can let Brock Purdy play free and play himself, then that's when we'll be able to flourish as a team. Seriously, Kenny. Like,
you don't think Brock Purdy played like himself last year in the 8 games he played?
That was last year. We'll see what happens this year.
Well, that's all we can go off.
Just like Jimmy Garoppolo, he said all the nice things in a row. Jimmy's the best quarterback, the best thrower of the football, and then until he turned him into a robot. Kyle has to get out the way. Until he gets out the way, Kenny, you have to understand that. Kyle could be a good coach. All he has to do is get out of his own way. Get out the quarterback's way. I understand your scheme is good, but let the quarterback play quarterback. Until you keep handcuffing the quarterback and turn him into a robot, the Niners, bro, we will never win the sixth ring.
Okay. All right, TC. I don't think with Jimmy G, and you guys know I like Jimmy G. I think he's a winning quarterback. But what does Kyle Shanahan have to do with Jimmy G throwing in the triple coverage and throwing out pop fly interceptions? We all talked about it. The Jimmy throw of the day. We all talked about it. He's going to give you one or two. I remember then before that Cowboys game, I was listening to people in Dallas, and they were like, "Yo, Jimmy gonna give you one. We all know he's gonna give you one." You know what I mean? Like, we just got to be in a position to take advantage of it when it happens. But we all know it's going to happen. What that got to do with Kyle Shanahan?
I don't understand the Kyle doesn't develop quarterbacks argument. I don't understand it at all, because Jimmy came in. Jimmy had the best years of his career here. All right. And then Jimmy showed, okay, he keeps getting hurt. Fans want Jimmy out. Kyle goes, he gets you a quarterback. All right. Trade the picks for Trey Lance or whatever. Trey's the guy. I think it was the second season. No matter what, Trey's the guy. Kyle Shanahan said that. He was trying to develop him. He got hurt. All right. Jimmy comes in. He gets hurt too. Brock Purdy comes in. He plays well. It's just like the Alex Smith Kaepernick situation to me. When Smith got hurt, Cap came in. Like, I don't see Shanahan not developing these guys. Like, I think he's done everything he's had to so far.
I agree. And I look at this situation when TC talks about Kyle Shanahan fully trusting a quarterback. I don't feel like, from what I've seen when he was on the field and the way, just look at how Brock Purdy was throwing the ball down the field. From what I've seen on the field to this offseason, the way he's talked about Brock Purdy, I've never seen Kyle show this much confidence and trust in any of his quarterbacks since he's been here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go back through his career too, I'm looking, he's been an offensive coordinator. Well, he was from 2008 to 2016 before he became the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. During that time, he's done a lot with some bad quarterbacks. He's had his passing. So in Houston with Matt Schaub as his quarterback, fourth in the league in passing yards in year one. Year two, number one in the league in passing yards. In Washington, he had a whole mixed bag of quarterbacks, but his first year in Washington, he had Donovan McNabb, which he was 8th in passing. And then they went through like this really bad changeover where they had all kinds of junk quarterback stuff. But again, you get to his time in Atlanta, and Atlanta, he's number 6, number 3, number 9. No, number 6 and number 3 with Matty Ice.
Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, is Kyle Shanahan perfect? I don't feel like he's perfect. I think he's got flaws. Much like TC said, there were times I'd be on these airwaves saying I need Kyle to empower Jimmy Garoppolo more than he does. So I understand that, but I think he has done that with Brock Purdy. He has said, Brock, let it rip. I trust you to make the right decision more times than not. He's not saying, hey, we're going to hand it off 3 times and hope for a first down with him. He lets him throw on first down. He lets him throw on play action. He lets him throw the ball down the field. So I think he's empowered him. And to the whole developing things as well, Jesse, like you talked about, once again, I'm not saying Kyle is perfect, but I need people, TC, Daniel, and anybody who makes that argument, give me the 3 quarterbacks that got better. Hell, I'll make it even easier for you. Give me 2 quarterbacks that got better once they left Kyle Shanahan, whether he was head coach or an offensive coordinator. Give me 2 quarterbacks that improved after they left Kyle Shanahan. Like you just ran down. These guys all tend to have the best seasons of their career under Kyle Shanahan. Is that a coincidence? Or is he actually developing somebody?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done a good job of developing quarterbacks. I don't know. Like, maybe he doesn't value the position like some people want him to, but also maybe he was put in a situation where, you know, he didn't have to value quarterbacks, where he had other things that he could value.
And then you say like he doesn't value quarterbacks, and he might not, right? I'm not saying Ham's saying that, but that's the narrative that people have said.
Right.
Like he might not, but it works. They get to the NFC Championship. They've gotten to Super Bowls. The only time they really haven't gotten far in the playoffs is when the whole team was just incredibly injured.
Right.
Like it works.
And they were in the picture in like December with Nick Mullins under. And I don't even understand where people come up with that narrative that he doesn't value the quarterback. Like I don't understand that. If anything, that's probably the most important thing to him. Like he says, I need a quarterback to do this.
He gave up 3 first-round picks for
Gave up 3 first round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the facts, right? He did go try to get the quarterback, the franchise-altering quarterback. And if, again, we looked at that whole, like, when you get to the playoff picture and you're looking at the 8 quarterbacks that are left, and you've got Jimmy Garoppolo and someone has Tannehill, but all these other quarterbacks are so much better than what you have. they saw it too. They went out and they tried to go get a version of Patrick Mahomes. It didn't work out. I mean, that happens all the time, and it could work out still, but there's a good chance it will not work out for Trey Lance here in Sacramento, in San Francisco, and you've got to go a different direction. But like, again, you can find quarterbacks all over the place, and just because a guy's a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick, there have been quarterbacks that are, again, like the Tom Brady's of the world to go in the 6th round, but that's not the only one. There's a lot of quarterbacks that are, you find them in different spots in the draft. So I'm more than willing to see what Brock Purdy has for the next 5 years, if that's, if that works, because he has a really refined game, and I think he can continue to get better. But in the meantime, he's really, really good. And so, like, maybe they didn't put the money into it. That doesn't mean he's not going to be better than a bunch of guys making a ton of money.
Yeah. I could be misremembering too, but this goes with the whole valuing quarterbacks thing. Didn't the 49ers go after Matt Stafford before the Rams came and swooped in?
They did. They were in the conversation. They were in the conversation for Matt Stafford. They were in the conversation for Deshaun Watson.
See, yeah. So that narrative doesn't play that, because he clearly does.
He when you talk about empowering and all this other stuff, I don't think he trusted Jimmy Garoppolo. He didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, that's what it came down to. He didn't think the team could reach their full potential with Jimmy Garoppolo. And he's not alone in that thinking. That's the crazy thing. The same people that say Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust his quarterbacks are the same people who didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike? Like, do you agree with Kyle or do you think he's hindering? Like, he didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, the thing that I see with Kyle Shanahan and what I believe from reading things and just feeling, I just got a gut feeling with him. The thing that's important to him is he believes in his offense and the way he puts plays together. He tells the quarterbacks and things like that. He says, look, I got this play set up. This guy's going to be open. George Kittle's going to be open. I need you to hit George Kittle. I don't need like all that other stuff, creating things, off scripted plays and all this other stuff. Yeah, whatever. That we may have some times when you have to do that. That's whatever. That's not what's important. What I need you to do is this guy that is going to be open, and if you watch the film, they're usually open the way he says they're going to be open. I need you to hit him 9 times out of 10. Kyle probably says 10 times out of 10. Because if I get a guy open, you got to hit him 10 times out of 10. And if you can't do that, that's when he'll lose trust in you. And I don't think that's crazy. If he's actually getting the guys open, he's saying, look, I know the play. This guy's going to be open. Just hit the open guy. I don't need all the extras. Hit the open guy. It's this guy's job. Do your job. That's it.
I really feel like the coming up short in the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl, I really think that's shifted how fans think. I think now it's just the point where it's like, okay, like now you're just nitpicking at stuff, when in reality it's just tough to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, for sure. Hell, they didn't got back to blaming him for the Super Bowl. He wasn't even the head coach, and he had put up 28 points on Belichick. Think about it. He put up what did Sean McVay do in the Super Bowl against Bill Belichick?
Put up 3 points, I believe.
This guy had 28 through 3 quarters and gets blamed for losing that Super Bowl. Come on, man.
Well, and like I'll point out to you, like during his time in Sacramento, in San Francisco, we're looking at 6 seasons now. Number 9 in passing yards, number 15, number 13, number 12, number 12, number 13. When did he have a quarterback that was top 15, top 13, top 12, top 12, top 13?
Maybe 2019 with Jimmy. I always contend that Jimmy was quite, and maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe,
but I thought he was top 10 that year.
Yeah,
and they went to the Super Bowl.
Either way, they're still like attempts they're in the 20s almost every season. Passing attempts, they're like 29 twice, 26 once, 20. So like it's a conservative approach. That's if I had any like issue with Kyle, it's that there are moments where he is way too conservative.
I agree with that as well.
And you're just watching like, man, you got to go for it. At some point, you got to go for it. I know your defense is great. We get it. But you're wearing your defense out. Like go get the first down. Go throw for something bigger go try for something bigger. And I just feel like even scoring, like every once in a while you got to go for it on 4th, or every once in a while on 3rd and 12, you don't set up for the field goal. You don't just go get this 5 or 6 yards to make the field goal shorter. Go for it.
And I also think that the quarterback played a part in that, right? He didn't believe in Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think on 3rd and 12 he'll have necessarily the same playbook with Brock Purdy that he had with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No.
I think he'll trust Brock to push the ball down the field a little bit and give him those opportunities. Only time will tell. I mean, all we have to go off of really is the 8 games he played last year, where they averaged 34 points a game when Brock Purdy was in there. But it's a whole new season. They got tape on Brock, and maybe they'll have him figured out to a certain degree. But I just think, I don't know, man. I think Kyle Shanahan is just fine. I think he's just fine. Like everybody talking about he's on the hot seat and all this other stuff. I think he's just fine, man.
You fire Shanahan, 6 other coaches are getting fired so they can get the chance to hire him.
Exactly. 100%. Hey, we're about to get into our Kings What If. And what I need you guys to do before we get into our Kings What If is I need you to head over to ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Sac Republic FC's 10th anniversary celebration on August 26th at Hughes Stadium, one of my favorite stadiums in all of Sacramento. I love Hughes Stadium. And the Republic, for one night only, are going back to Hughes. So go to ESPN.com and go there for your chance to win tickets to, I forgot the name of it. I think it's called Guess Who's Back? Hughes Back. Guess Hughes Back. That's what the Republic have been saying.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So for a chance to win tickets to that game, go to ESPN.com. I may be in the minority. No disrespect to the people over at Cal Expo. They do a great job. It's a nice setting when the fair is going on, a Republic game at Cal Expo. No disrespect. I feel they need to go back to Hughes Stadium permanently. Just my thoughts. Looks better than Cal Expo's makeshift stadium. And that's not their fault. They had to put something up real quick to host Republic games. They didn't have an opportunity to put a stadium in there. I think they should go back to Hughes Stadium.
I feel like they could fill out Hughes Stadium pretty well too for the games.
I think they should just go build the stadium.
Well, there's
that would be awesome too.
Just go build the stadium and the rail yards. And then if you want to say, hey, MLS, we have the stadium.
James is right. Forget Hughes Stadium. Get back on the stadium. Go build that.
There we go.
Just go build it.
Right.
I mean, like if you build it, they will come. Like
100%.
Like that's it. And you know what? Like I like that Vivek went out and bought the River Cats. I wish that Vivek would have been part of this whole thing too, because like having those types of outdoor venues, that would be really cool. Sacramento doesn't have, in the heart of Sacramento, you can go way out in Wheatland, but you don't have that ability. Like they don't have an outside venue that can handle a major concert or something. Like, I don't know.
No, I think they should get that done. They absolutely should
get it done.
That is
Just
a game
do it.
changer.
Shovels.
Yeah, man. Put the shovels in the ground. But we have our King's What If of the day here with James Hammond. We got to give a big shout out to my main man, Jesse, because he had this one yesterday, and this is a good one. This is a good one. And I'll ask you, James, and there's follow-ups to the follow-up to the follow-up to the follow-up in this situation. Hell of a scenario, hell of a question. James, what if the Kings drafted Jaden Ivey instead of Keegan Murray? Playoff team?
No. No, I mean, in all honesty, Keegan Murray hit over 200 3-pointers. He holds the record for the most 3-pointers by a rookie in NBA history. And those 3-pointers mattered. Having a stretch 4 that can shoot like that absolutely matters. And while Jaden Ivey is like incredibly talented, he's also a duplicate piece in Sacramento. He is not as good as De'Aaron Fox. There could come a point years from now where he might ascend to a point of where De'Aaron Fox is. But I'd even make the case that with Cade Cunningham coming back in Detroit, I don't think Ivy will ever get that opportunity to be the type of player that maybe he could be somewhere else. But he's fun. He's athletic. He does all these things. He just was too far away for the Sacramento Kings. Like as a player, the stats don't buy into the stats as being more important than the actual functional basketball. And I think that Keegan was the right player at the right time. And my complaint was never about Keegan Murray. It was that I believed you should have been able to get something more than just Keegan. And like, I'm not going to like backpedal here and say that I was harsh on Monty McNair on draft night that night. I came on with you guys right after the pick, and it wasn't that Keegan Murray was the wrong player, because I think he was 100% the right piece instead of Jaden Ivey. It was only that they should have been able to move from 4 to 5 and get what you needed more pieces. And so like, would this team look different if, a Sadiq Bey was traded, or, if they would have got one of these other players in a swap or a future draft pick when, like those things matter and you got to maximize stuff. And maybe the deal was never there. Yeah. Maybe that's it. Maybe they
feels
understood.
like that would have been there, because it from everything that I was reading and hearing at the time, Detroit wanted Jaden Ivey bad. And if you could play the game a little bit and kind of send your fillers out there, and hey, Monty could have got in KC's DM and be like, hey, I think we're leaning towards Jaden Ivey. I would have reported it, and then it would have been out there, Kings leaning towards Jaden Ivey, and you can put the sense of urgency on Detroit to say, hey, if we want Jaden Ivey, we need to trade with the Kings to get it done. When it's John Lynch and the Bears all over again, they were never going to take Jaden Ivey. They were going to take Keegan Murray the whole time. The Kings is who I'm talking about. Then to your point, you could get something out of that whole scenario being at number 4 if you would have played it a little bit differently. Possibly. We don't even know if Detroit would have bid on that.
Well, there were other teams that were interested in moving to number 4 to draft Jaden Ivey. I mean, and that was on around the draft. Now,
the killer with that though is you might lose Keegan. If you really want Keegan, if Keegan is who you really wanted the whole time, if you trade 7 with Portland, you might lose Keegan.
Oh no, almost assuredly. Yeah. I mean, Keegan Murray still was going to be a top 6-7 player, like no matter what, no matter whether the Kings took him or not. I just think, like right now he's a really, really good player, and the Kings love Keegan Murray. Like everything that I know of them, like they believe he's going to be a big time, like an all-star level player without any question. They believe that like both the Murray twins, they're late bloomers and that they have a lot more growth and their bodies are like malleable, that they can like really work with them to kind of create the type of player you want. So Kings are going to have to make a decision. Is Keegan Murray your small forward or is your power forward? And I know forwards are interchangeable in the NBA at this point, but like there could come a point where Keegan can't really play the 3, that he's only a 4, and you kind of have to choose your path. If you're the Kings, you want to lean him down, you want to bulk him up. Like, are your summer workouts on like again strength training to make him into a power forward that can rebound better, or and can go mix it up in the post and again like work on his post game, or are you going to work on his lateral agility and really focus on making him into a 3, lean him down? And we'll see how he develops, but as of right now, he's a ball player, and that's all that matters. And Jaden Ivey could not have had the impact on the 2022, 2023 Sacramento Kings that Keegan Murray did.
I agree with you 100%. No shade to Jaden Ivey. It's just about where the Kings needed the production from. They didn't necessarily need it from where Jaden Ivey probably would have been playing, and they got that type of production from Keegan Murray, which was essential to what they were trying to do. Now here's where the curveballs come. Pause. Here's where that's where the curveballs come. What if the Kings would have listened to Kenny Caraway and drafted Shaedon Sharpe? Do you think they make the playoffs with Shaedon Sharpe there?
No. I don't. Again, I think Shaden Sharp has a ton of talent. I think Shaden Sharp could be, again, when we redraft this draft 4 years from now, he could be a better player than a lot of players taken ahead of him. But he was way, way too green. His experience level was way behind. You got to remember that we're talking about like a 18, 19-year-old Shaden Sharp with very little college experience versus a 2-year between versus a 2-year basic starter in Keegan Murray, but also a 22-year-old, an old sophomore. So that's a big difference in just like maturity level and everything else. Like, again, Shaden Sharp has incredible potential, but it's not always about that. And at some point you have to turn like potential into production. And if you can't, that's always going to be the question. Can you, like, not only can you put up stats, because again, Jaden Ivey averaged 16.8 points per game or something like that. I don't have the stats in front of me, but it's something around there. He was really good, but does his style of play, does his actions on the court lead to wins? And if it's about winning, maybe you can wait it out and Jaden Ivey could be like really good, but I just don't know where he would have fit, especially with a player like De'Aaron Fox already on the team.
What do you guys think the story is after the Kings season? If, like, obviously we're saying if they don't draft Keegan, they're not making playoffs. Because if they don't make playoffs, Mike Brown's probably not coach of the year. I'm assuming Sabonis and Fox don't make All-Star, All-Pro. Monk, you can probably say if they're not playing well or winning games, he's not sixth man of the year. Like, I feel like it's just complete, like everything's just completely shifted if they don't take Keegan.
I agree.
Because you said too, because I remember you saying before the season, like if they don't make the playoffs this year, like this is going to be like a longer drought. We might see it to like 20 or whatever.
Absolutely. I think it's changed. If they didn't make the playoffs this year, I would think it would change the course of what this franchise would do. I think if they didn't make it this past year, they would have looked at, all right, it's time to quit like fighting for the playoffs and maybe tear this thing down and try a different approach. I thought that what was on the table. And at that point, remember, I was saying 17 would turn to 22 real quick because you can tear it all down and start from scratch. And Keegan being here and playing as well as he did and being an integral part in this team making the playoffs, it's invaluable, in my opinion. I don't even know if you'd have the same feeling or excitement, say if you drafted Jaden Ivey and Jaden Ivey looks really good as a rookie, but you don't make the playoffs again, you tear it down, you say, we're going to build around Jaden Ivey. Like, that's not even, I don't even think that's exciting. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even exciting. It's just like, damn, we're that far away from what we're trying to do this upcoming, with this team in the upcoming years. And yeah, that the Keegan being here and then making the playoffs was everything.
I think it's more complex than that too, because I think people need to remember that Monty McNair didn't get his contract extension until January.
Absolutely.
And so like, if this thing didn't work, like we're in danger zone again. Not only danger zone, but we're in the range of history repeating itself. Like again and again and again, this team does the same exact thing. They hire a GM. He doesn't usually get to hire his own coach. And then when he does get to hire his own coach, he's not around to see it through.
Right.
And so some other person has to come in and absorb this coach that wasn't part of his plan. I mean, like it's happened multiple times here. And it's just a repetitive thing that a cycle that they needed to break. So I think like by finding lightning in a bottle here in Sacramento, and it wasn't by accident. I mean, they did an excellent job as trading for Kevin Huerter, signing Malik Monk. Even the Trey Lyles move ends up being like this secret, like really quiet, but really, really good like play for the Kings. Like all of these little pieces that they did worked out. And so I'd even say this too, if they don't draft Keegan and if they're stuck in the same exact like perpetual cycle again, Harrison Barnes doesn't come back this offseason. That I guarantee you, like he doesn't come back this offseason.
Yeah.
So now what you're looking for is not only do you have a matching piece in De'Aaron Fox and Jaden Ivey, but you also have these other issues where you literally don't have any forwards at all. And can you convince a guy like Sasha Vezenkov to come over from Europe to play for a losing team? Again, a team that's on their 17th
I'll just stay
year.
here and try and win a championship in the Euro League or whatever.
Well, yeah, but you can even say like Monty McNair is the one who traded for him and wanted him. Would that even be or would he be an afterthought? Would it be something that someone else that was running the team would be like, yeah, I'm just not really that interested in bringing that piece over.
Yeah.
So like these things have a way of being like having like a domino effect. And it's something that, when I bring up when we talk about like the Michael Malone thing, like the ripple in the pond, how far it goes, or, we talk about, one of the biggest what ifs ever. What if the bubble never happens, right? If the bubble never happens, Bogdan Bogdanovic probably doesn't leave. Vlade Divac doesn't get fired. Like all of these things happen, and you have to look at how they affect the long-term future of the team. And like, it's a big one as far as like the Keegan Murray draft pick. But the key to the Keegan Murray draft pick is that Monty McNair was right. And that Keegan Murray is really good, and that he was able to step in and be a functioning starter for 80 games that played 30 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just find those guys on trees, especially if you're the Sacramento Kings. It was a home run in what he does, and you hope that he gets better, and you hope that he becomes like an 18 and then 21 or 22 point per game scorer, and all these things happen for him. But the initial impact is that you got the most NBA ready player in the draft. He showed up and he was NBA ready, and he was really good, and he hit a bunch of 3-pointers, and he helped your offense be great. And you have the number 1 rated offense. Your GM gets an extension. Your savvy veteran small forward decides to stay around for another 3 years. You're able to bring it back, positivity, light the beam. Trey Lyles comes back. Like, all these things happen. And can you point to one thing? Part of it is the Keegan Murray draft pick.
Is he the most important draft pick over the last 16 years? I know Fox is probably the best, but is he the most important given how much it tied together?
I mean, maybe, but I would.
It's either him or Fox.
Yeah, not like putting them together, or putting
It's
them
either
against
him
each
or
other.
Fox. Real quick, I want to hear your answer on this one, both of you guys, real quick, because we're running low on time. And I got in the notes, I got my draft years mixed up. I said the Kings were 1 ping pong ball away from getting the number 1 pick. I think that was Cade Cunningham's draft, where they were 1 number or something away from getting the number 1 pick. But still, if the Kings draft Paolo Banchero, do they get to the playoffs?
Maybe. I mean, maybe. So like, Paolo's really, really good. And, the question is, could him and Sabonis coexist?
He's not a great 3-point shooter right now. And that's where Keegan may have him at. He's a great shot creator, but he doesn't shoot the 3 ball. And Keegan obviously had the greatest rookie 3-point shooting season of all time.
Yeah, but he's also a great passer and a very good rebounder and a better position defender than people give him credit for. Like, I like Banchero's game. I just wonder if it would be like really, really crowded with 3 conventional non 3-point shooters. But I definitely think you pull Sabonis off the court and leave Paolo on there to run some of the offensive sets. You could have done it.
Quite possibly.
I think they could have made it. I think Paolo's a good enough player to where you can still make it work, even if he doesn't truly fit. Like, he's not the 3-point shooter passer, like James said, it's Keegan Murray, but I think he's good enough to where you could find a way to use his ability and make it work.
Yeah. The world may never know. Man, great show again. With everybody I pulled up. Shout out to our guy, Matt George. Shout out to Sean Cunningham. Shout out to our guy, Andrew Haubner. And once again, I got love for Del Rogers. I got love for Michelle Dapper. Those are people, just it's our people. If you ever want to pull up, you got an open invitation. We love all our news stations out here in Sacramento. And Ham, we got 1 more day left, man. We going into Friday tomorrow. We'll have a good time. Another Niners-Raiders joint practice. So we'll be talking about that. Another Kings what if. We'll have a good time on this Friday, man. So if you missed any of D-Lo and KC with James Ham, just stay listening. You can listen right here. Run it back on ESPN 1320, or check out the podcast wherever you get them. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Vamos, gigantes.
Sure you listen to Sacramento's #2 radio show right now.
Top 2.
Top
Were we
2
in
and
first,
we're
huh?
1
Were
and
we
2.
actually in 2-2?
Oh shit! I just unplugged myself. Excuse
Uh-oh.
me. We're off the air, right? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Mr. Rancho, Paolo ain't a role player. Keegan was a role player, which is a better fit. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't look different and that you could have worked things out. Like, I just think, like, again, Jaden Ivey is a really talented player, but he's a couple of years away from being an effective NBA player. Like, what if the Kings drafted Chet Holmgren? I think Chet would be great next to him. What if Jabari Smith Jr. falls to number 4? Like, those are all like really interesting questions.
I think Chet's my rookie of the year pick for this season.
Is he eligible?
Yeah, because he didn't play at all last year.
He didn't play.
Okay.
He got hurt in summer league.
He's gonna have a tough time beating Scoot. Scoot's incredible.
That's true.
Like, people who like weren't paying attention to Scoot, like, that dude is gonna absolutely be incredible.
I think OKC is gonna be pretty decent this year, so I think the voters will give it to Chet if he's putting up numbers on that team.
And I'll tell you guys something else. I don't know the rookie of the year or whatever, and maybe they just appeal to me a certain way. Them Thompson twins are special. I don't know if they're gonna be better than Scoot but I just keep reading and seeing stories about these guys, and then I go back and look at their game. These kids are special.
If Wembanyama averages probably at least 18, I think he gets it though.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try and make it him. Not, and I don't mean that in a like Luka type way. It's just
he just needs to average at least 20 around there to get it.
Yeah, it's his to lose, so to speak. Got football on tonight. CJ Stroud is about to play. Mac Jones is also about to play. Niners' #1 quarterback is not playing, so take that for what it's worth. He don't need to play in the preseason game. Mac Jones does though.
Yeah.
So we about to shake it, y'all. We about to shake it, man. Hit the like button. Friday coming up. Might have a couple people pulling up on us tomorrow. And,
yeah,
we're gonna have another good time, man.
Man, Aldrin J, RIP. I think that number is gonna climb. 80% of Lahaina was destroyed.
Oh my god!
I said 80%, but I mean, like, look, we live in California. This is the Paradise Fire. Like, there are fires like this that have happened in our neighborhoods here that have been devastating like this. Just absolutely crazy.
Prayers up for sure, man. Prayers up. All right, you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you guys for tapping in like you always do. And enjoy your Thursday.